Okay, folks, welcome. It is 1:30 exactly. So whilst those people at the back find a seat, I will welcome you all here. Here we are. Another beautiful country, another beautiful place. Hands up if this is your first director trip. All right. Wow, well done. Congratulations. Congratulations. And for those people who this is their second, third, fourth, fifth, 10th director trip, I personally think this is without doubt the nicest hotel, resort, place we have ever been to. It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? It's gorgeous. And this is just the beginning. And we decided, because we are crazy enough, to start with a Q&A. And the product team Q&A is always the most interesting because you ask the craziest questions and we have no idea what you're going to ask. And because of that, there are some rules. And some of you will have heard me say these rules before. And I'm going to say the rules. And I'm also going to point out now that at least one person will 100% break the rules. Okay? So when I say the rules now, for the next hour, listen. In fact, I will point them out when they break the rules. Okay? So the first rule is we cannot possibly talk about individual cases. Okay? Even if it's your individual case or someone you know, because there's so much we don't know. And even if you try to explain it, it's really, we would be really remiss. We would be wrong in our role to try and offer help on a one-to-one in a session like this. And the second part of this rule is the one that always gets broken. And we can't discuss people's health conditions either. So we can't discuss disease or if somebody's fallen off the back of a truck. We can't discuss any of those things, okay? So when you put your hand up, one of the beautiful people who is helping will come to you with a microphone and you get to ask your question. And you get to ask one question at a time. And I know every trick. And you'll say, I've got one question, but it's in 3 different parts. So it's one question at a time, okay? Because we want to give everybody the opportunity to ask a question. So my name is Colin Robertson. I'm very proud and privileged to be the Chief Product Officer at Zinzino. I know some of you really well, and I'm getting to know more of you, and I can see some new faces, which is fantastic. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to hand over to allow the team to introduce themselves. These are the people who work tirelessly behind the scenes all too often, making everything happen. I get way too much credit. The reality is it's these people and all the people back home who are working away that do everything that we do. So please give a huge round of applause for these people here. I'm going to hand over now to the first person, Elizabeth. You want to introduce yourself?
Thank you so much, Colin. So nice to be here. My name is Elizabeth Ringmar. I joined Zinzino in November, so I'm a newbie, but I come from the industry, and I've been working with wellness for a long time and supplements. And I'm so curious to be here to meet you all. I'm more than open to talk to you afterwards, learn about your question, learn about your needs. And I'm really looking forward to this session.
Hi, my name's Camilla Dumbek. I am with the product team since August last year, so also a little bit of a newbie. I'm based in Germany, working from home, and I spend 1 week a month in Sweden, in Gothenburg, in the office to have some colleague time, which is great as well. I'm responsible for skincare and skin nutrition. That's my area at Zinzino. I've been in the industry for about 7 years now. So I'm looking forward to hearing more from your side as well and learning more from the network side at Zinzino here at this event. Thank you.
And my name is Sebastian. I am. I've been at Zinzino for about 5 years now. And as a product manager, my categories are our tests and gut health.
Okay, now with some hesitation, because I know how crazy you all can be. If anyone would like to start us off with the first question, we have people looking for hands in the air. So if you have a question, now's the time to put your hands in the air. These people will look around and we can get started. Anybody with the first question? And I know you, and I know this is going to be tough right from the start. So here we go.
Thank you for introduction. So my first question, probably the last, but I will try second. My first question, it's very nice that we have in Extend vitamins K1 and K2, but in Extend Plus, we don't have any vitamin K. Why?
Okay, I can answer that. We do have vitamin K2 in Extend Plus. Yes.
But really?
Yes.
So people don't need K1, just K2, right?
For that formulation and to be able to put it together in that recipe, we had to choose K2 and could not include K1.
Okay.
That's the reason.
And quick question. Why Hans and Heidi products not in full range anymore?
So hold on. Do you remember? I said there's rules and you can ask one question and people
It was
break the
a
rules.
question from my friend.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, go on, ask your question. Go on, ask the second one.
Okay. Why Hans and Heidi products not in full range anymore?
Well, I don't know if any of us is the best person to answer that, so I'll do it. There's multiple reasons. Okay, so first of all, I remember well, it was 4 years ago that we introduced Hans and Heidi to the Zinzino world, and we started off. Originally, there was a much bigger range, and we reduced it down a little bit to what the Zinzino offer would be. And everything at Zinzino lives by the same rules. And the first rule is that everything is filtered by science. So what does the science say? How does this work? What can we expect it to do? And that's a big process. The second process is actually down to all of you, okay? And we call it the Darwin approach. If it doesn't sell, it doesn't live. And we are a commercial organization. If we made the very best product in the world, but no one bought it, then we would no longer make it available. And so what we do is we always give products an opportunity to get the attention, to have their opportunity to flourish and to sell. But if the numbers aren't there, then the numbers aren't there. And we have to be driven by that because we have to think of the entire suite of products that we offer. And every time, if we've got something that we're losing on, it's compromising what we do elsewhere. And so for us, science, tech, does it meet the standards? For you, are you able to sell it? Have you found a place for it in the world? And if not, then unfortunately, it comes down to us to kill it. Yeah. So.
Thank you.
What I'd like to add is that if you listen to the introduction, there may or may not be work going on in the background in this area.
We like to give ambiguous answers. I mean, I promised you all a good test for 5 years before I gave you one. So it won't be quick. Okay, folks. Next question.
Hello.
Hello.
We have most questions from young mothers, and the question is, do you planning to product vitamin D in drops for newborn babies as vegan toll?
Yeah, I can answer that. At the moment, that is not something that we are working on. But thank you for the suggestion, and we'll take that on board and evaluate it.
I might be jumping the gun here, but I just want to know a bit more about the algae oil that we discussed in October when everyone announced. And when do you think we'll be releasing that product?
Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, I was not there at annual, but I've seen the recording, and I am working on this project, and it's a super interesting area. This is very novelty. Like here, Zinzino is really at the forefront on the development of algae-derived omega-3. So we are working. For those who visited annual with Tino in Spain, we're working on the technology, the sourcing of the algae and everything. So we will inform you more in next annual, but there is definitely progress, and there's a lot of exciting things here. But we also need to remember we're at the forefront of regulations here. Like we're before, you could say, authorities are doing the evaluation and everything. So once we get the product in the market, it's going to be smashing.
Colin. I have a small update from the other side of this project. Is we have ordered the machines, the phytotherm reactors, and we are waiting for the delivery right now. But they are, being processed. Yeah.
I have one question for this new product. In my universe, like this, the ratio of EPA and DHA is in the fish oil, double amount of EPA in relation to DHA. But in the algae product, it's vice versa, right? But we see that most of the people have a EPA deficiency. So most of the time, I'm recommending even to vegans, please take the fish oil before you switch to the algae oil. So how do I have to imagine if we have the algae oil with double amount DHA, how can we balance the EPA deficiency in people? Thank you.
So with the current vegan oil we have, that's the case. But what we're aiming at with this new product is to have an equivalent to the fish oil. So where we have a very high ratio of EPA, and that's going to break the market.
I think in addition to that, though, the proof of concept work that looked at the vegan formulation actually in the majority of people showed the same rate of change over 120 days. And that's why the formulation was modified, because the uptake of the vegan formula direct from the algae was different to those that were taken from the fish oil. And that's quite consistent. So if you look at other studies across the board that have monitored similar things, people experience the same benefit. And actually, it's whereby the EPA and DHA relationship becomes more enzyme enabler, and there's an altered parameter. So for us, when we look at the database, we still see the transformation within the 120 days, whether it's the vegan oil or the non-vegan oil. So, and I think often how it's represented on the label can be a little bit misleading as to the change it manifests. Right, folks, here we go. Down the front here, there's two.
Yes, I have a question for this algae oil. My customer asked me for algae oil in capsula, and is it planned too?
I mean, you could answer this, but I'll answer the first part. So our plan overall, our vision is that we get to a point where we don't have to rely on fish-based omega-3 whatsoever. And so then anything we do will be derivative of that algae oil. So that's the simple answer, but now I'll give it to you for the intelligent answer.
No, in the first step, it's going to be an oil. But as Colin was on to, once we have the formulation set, we can definitely look into other product formats.
So my question and the question of a lot of partners and also customers is about synbiotic. Why there is resistant starch out of corn in it? Because corn often is called to get inflammation. And second part, when we take the 12 to 20 gram per day, one tin doesn't reach for 1 month. Is it planned to get a bigger package or anything else?
Yeah, so first off, yes, we're looking into a bigger can for synbiotic, but we are also evaluating other alternatives when it comes to gut health. So we'll see where we land. But that question about a bigger can for synbiotic has been quite frequent, and we are currently looking into that. Regarding resistant starch from corn, our understanding is that that is a good source to feed your microbiome, and that you will see my presentation tomorrow. We see really good effects from synbiotic on, for example, IPA levels, so how your microbiome responds to you feeding it. So we are quite happy with that formulation, and we don't see it driving inflammation in the test, for example.
And I think that a lot of the information around inflammation caused by corn derivatives is, to me, it's, you know, how something is utilized for the benefit it offers is a huge part of what happens next. And to me, it's very similar when you see a lot of the studies that talk about, you know, meat versus non-meat diets. And what they fail to do is separate ultra-processed meats from grass-fed organic meats, and they group things together. And I think that in the current past 5 years, I think corn and corn derivatives have suffered the same experience, where they're not specific enough, because what we see consistently, and as Sebastian said, we see such a positive response to that formulation. And actually, if you look at the research around how we utilize that from the corn, it's supported for being anti-inflammatory anyway, and how it enables that indole pathway. So we're really happy with that part. But we are, as Sebastian said, and he'll say tomorrow, you know, we've always been interested in the gut. We've become hyper fascinated to the point of obsession with the gut now. And so our movement and the things that we'll do in that space it's only just beginning. We've got so many plans for what we're going to do in that area.
Hello, over here.
Okay, but then after this lady, can we please go to this one? Because I've seen their hand go up so many times. And then the Viking, who's got his hand up there at the back.
The Viking. Okay, coming back to the algae product. Do you plan any other tastes than lemon? Thinking about the people who are allergic to citrus fruits?
So I have an ongoing joke about this. I think the most successful flavor in the world would be bacon flavored. Wouldn't it? Imagine that. But that's not the real answer. So who shall I hand over to? So have you got anything you want to say? There you go.
Well, because you're referring to the BalanceOil, or yeah, citrus, exactly. So we know there are people with allergies, and we're definitely looking into other. Of course, the most important is that it tastes good. So and citrus is a very good flavor to combine with the oil. So we are evaluating a few options, but number one is it needs to taste good.
I'd like to add that we had vanilla in the past, and it didn't sell really much. So we're aware of that. The other thing that I'd like to highlight is that there is no citrus in Tutti Frutti. So if you're looking for something without citrus, then Tutti Frutti would be your go-to today. And I also know that there are evaluations going on if there should be something else included in that portfolio.
This lady down the front.
Thank you very much. I have a question, please, regarding Multify. At the beginning, they got a little bit humid in the blister package, so this was resolved. But children replied that the taste has changed, and they say also the size, and they wanted the first one, not the new one.
Yeah, so we had, errors can happen, and we were working on, we took the opportunity to reformulate because obviously we had some of the issues over it in transit and we addressed that. And then we also saw the opportunity with regards to the sweetener to change that because some people weren't happy. And so we saw the opportunity to reformulate it and we did that. And then our plan was to announce that we'd done that and tell everybody that we did that. But things move fast at Zinzino. And what happened is that we as a product team, we got it ready, we got it all set, and it was in the warehouse. And then somewhere, it's probably our mistake, but it's someone's mistake, but it doesn't matter. It got dispatched from the warehouse before we told anybody. So the new version, we're really happy with. We think it's a stronger one. It's far more robust. The packaging now is far more, it's going to protect it better. The formulation is more stable. We've changed the sweetener for a sweetener that people are going to prefer. And so, once people have had 2 or 3 of them, they'll forget the old one and they'll love the new one. And that's the key part. And actually, our research showed that the people who matter, who are the children, from a palatability and taste, they much preferred the new one. Like overwhelmingly, they preferred it. And we understand when 50-year-old adults say, but I like the old one. And we say, yeah, but we didn't make it for you. So it's nice that you like the old one, but it was never for you anyway. Have you ever heard of a product called Extend? So we apologize. I'll take the blame. It's my fault. I should have told logistics. I should have not let it release. I should have told all of you first. But we're still super happy with it. It's a stronger product now. It's a better product, and people are going to love it all the more. So yeah, I apologize for that. We all make mistakes. Hopefully, you can find it in your hearts to forgive me. The Viking.
Yeah. One question. Are you planning to develop a product what is a combination of strong adaptogens? Because that will be very good for brains and hormone balance, because people nowadays have a lot of these kind of problems.
You go.
So there's kind of a yes in there in what I'm about to say. But you see, I don't know. So the truth is, when you like hormonal regulation and foods that influence hormonal regulation is quite simple, in all honesty. But you've got to be careful because there's a huge amount of variance. But when you start to put together formulations with the notion of their nootropic benefit or how they're going to cross the blood-brain barrier, the challenge is measuring that. And I know that there are lots of companies who make lots of promises and tell you that what they've done is going to boost your IQ, but the truth is, it's just not true. And we sit and we look at some of the advertising on behalf of other people, and we go, "How do they get away with that?" Because it's just not true. You can't measure that, and you can't do this. And so for us, So we're currently working on something that's the other part. So we've been developing something for the past 4 years on how you measure it, and that will be groundbreaking. So the part we're looking at is the measurement part, and then once we know we've got the measurement part, then we can implement, okay, so if you take this and this, it's going to have that effect, and we know because we can measure it. So we've done the hard work first, and actually Thomas from Vitas is not at this director trip, but he's been pressing us for years, saying the test is ready, let's do the test. But we're the ones who are going, let's be careful, let's really make sure that what we're telling people is reliable, not sensational, and that actually we're positioned where we can deliver something that measurably is meaningful in the context of that. So the simple answer is yes, but the real answer is there's a thoroughness required. And we don't just want to start saying things that we can't 100% say are true and we can measure and control. So yeah, and it is interesting to us, obviously, because, you know, if you can adjust your mindset, and remember your mindset is the outcome of a huge amount of hormonal interactions, then you're empowered to make better decisions. You know, you're more kind of constructive and creative in your thinking, you're more confident in your thinking, and a lot of people, you know, the hardest part is the decision making. And so if you can help people to calm the mind, then they can make stronger decisions. So we are on it. And you've probably come to realize now, it's very rare I give a short answer. So bear that in mind. Okay. It might even seem like an innocent question. Right then. Is that you? Hand up, Michaela. Okay. I think there's someone. Wait, there's a microphone there, and then we'll come to you, Michaela. Okay.
I would like to ask a question about sweetness and the X Gold. First of all, it's very sweet for me, but I also have customers with diabetes, especially type 1, who had problems with their blood sugar using it. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah. I mean, type 1 is very different to type 2. And I can't comment on it because it goes back into that individual disease state and huge amount of variance. It's interesting to hear that because that's not very typical. If that's the first time I've heard that about X-Gold. So we can look into that. I mean, X-Gold itself, with regards to the key formulation and how potent it is and how active it is, would certainly be directly involved in actually calming inflammation within the gut. And so it's hard to say. We can take a look at that. We can take a look at it. So thanks for bringing it up. It's the first time I've heard it. Has anyone else heard that about X-Gold? But I'll look into that.
Yes. 100 years ago, Paul Clayton made the lean shake, and I'm one of the lovers there. You talked about it sometime reformulated, and I also want to ask, could we get more proteins in it?
I'm going to leave now. Woo! Sick of answering questions about lean shake. Now I'm off. So lean shake. We all love lean shake. I think if you were to cut my arm open and test my blood, it'd probably be 50% lean shake. Strawberry and chocolate. I like to mix the two together. Yeah. And then I often put in 2 scoops of xenobiotic. And then just recently, because we've been product testing something, Sebastian's had me putting lots of other things in there as well. So it's been an interesting experience. So lean shake is a meal replacement. And with that comes certain rules about the calories that are in it, all the other things that make up a meal replacement. So it's not a protein drink, it's a meal replacement. And so with that, it qualifies as being high protein. And anybody who trains, exercises, sport, they always want to have more protein in something. And we totally understand that. And we've had conversations. I mean, Sebastian has PTSD from the thought of reformulating lean shake, believe me. And I'm glad Dag's not in the room because he'd probably storm up here and have something to say. We have looked at putting more protein in. We've looked at those kind of changes. But I'd say that the more recent talks, because lean shake's such a good product, more recent talks have been about, well, do we develop something else that has the protein in? Maybe that's the way to do it. Yeah. So we do think about it. It's on our agenda. It's been going on, probably like you said, 100 years ago. And we'll see what happens. But we're well aware of it. We're well aware of it. Okay.
Okay. And one last thing for that, lean shake. I think when he made it in 2014 or something, we got that in 5 kilo lean shake. Mm-hmm. You remember that?
No one here remembers it because none of us were here. But we've been told about it.
I've seen it. You have heard about it.
Yes, I have. I've seen the bags as well. Yeah. So I know we had them.
Yeah. That was just another question, but I know it's a replacement, but hopefully you will make a protein thing. Let's see.
I mean, the thing is as well, though, and this is interesting for all of you, you know, you're probably aware there's lots of protein manufacturers. There's lots of people selling protein drinks. So if you were going to do something in that space for us, the question would be, well, how can we do it better? You know, what's the difference we could make that would be a difference that mattered? And I do actually have some ideas on what we could do in that area. But it's a case of that's a real bold step in the direction of sport and exercise. And we are a health and wellness company. And don't get me wrong, exercise is a part of that. But at the same time, you know, well, I know from personal use, and I know from some of the sports organizations we use, lots of people move to lean shake and abandon their specific protein one because they get a better response. Yeah. So they get a better response. So it might have less, you know, it doesn't have 30 grams, but it has more because of how the formulation functions. So it's on the agenda. Yeah.
Just to add on this, because I'm also working on weight management, is that we need to find a program which people can also maintain for a long time. So it needs to be from a cost perspective and consumption perspective and everything, something people can do and really reach success with.
So I love phycocyanine. And I feel like there is a lot of limited knowledge about it among the Ensino people. So I would love to hear how you would describe it to a practitioner that want to learn about phycocyanine of the benefits from an energy perspective.
Now, like you want me to do that now?
Or you can do a recording, put it out on Ensino Play, but
So I think we should do a specific recording on it. It's a fascinating area, phycocyanin, and phycocyan is such a strong, it's such a strong product for phycocyanin. It's as you know, it's a protein antioxidant. It's pro-anabolic, so it works on an mTOR pathway. If you start to look at it from a biochemical point of view, so it's pro-anti-inflammatory, but it's also pro-anabolic. So it's really potent, and it works decidedly different to a plant-based antioxidant in numerous ways. So the reason why it gets used a lot in sport, some people use it before taking part in sport. My recommendation is to use it afterwards as a part of your recovery, is because of that mTOR pathway activation and how it promotes muscle repair and muscle optimization. It also helps to normalize the inflammatory curve, so you get back to a recovery phase more. But I don't know if you know this, but most of the research around phycocyanin has been clinical. So a lot of people who've been undergoing treatments for various things, there's a huge amount of clinical trials that have utilized phycocyanin to enable better treatment outcomes. And so really, I first came across phycocyanin in the early 2000s when I was still working at a hospital. And it was a part of numerous trials in numerous conditions. And that's where it's really existed for a long, long time, way over 50 years. It's existed for a long, long time. And that's because it's what we call plug and play. If I know I want to turn down your inflammation, I know phycocyanin is going to work. If I know I want to turn up your muscle response reactivity, I know phycocyanin is going to work. So it has this really profound and reliable way of interacting. The energy part is because, as any antioxidant, it is mitochondrially protective. And remember, all energy really belongs to the mitochondria. We have different ideas about what energy is, but energy is really expressed by mitochondria. So when you're protecting the mitochondria, or when you are multiplying the mitochondrial activity, then you have what is perceived as more energy. And phycocyanin is just incredible for those. And I would say, you know, when you look at a product comparison, there's no product out there that's even close to phycocyanin. It's class leader. It's amazing. It's a really good product. So I need to do that talk, record it, and then we can make it available so you can show it to people. Okay. There's a hand up over here. There's one at the back, so we'll come to you in a second. There's someone just there.
Thank you. So what about methylation? Methylated products like folate instead of folic acid.
This crops up at every director trip. It cropped up at the last director trip, so I wrote a blog about it. So if you go on madetomove.uk, I wrote a whole blog about this. Methylation is not methylated, okay? So methylation is an entirely different process. Methylated, there can be some benefits for some people with specific conditions, but it's very, very rare. And the difference is not really a difference that matters in a real world. So often people will say, okay, here's the example I gave in the blog article I wrote about this. If we were all, not all of us, it'd get crazy. So if Elizabeth and I had the exact same car with the exact same engine, the exact same amount of fuel, and we're both going to drive 100 kilometers, and Elizabeth drives at 100 kilometers per hour, and I drive at 99.99 miles per hour, okay? Elizabeth will win. But the difference doesn't mean anything because she will pull up and then I'll pull up right next to her. So for most people, the bioavailability of a non-methylated makes no difference. And in fact, often when it comes to a formulation, there can be a benefit to not using the methylated version because there are technical aspects, space being one of them. That said, you're now going to ignore everything I've just said because when we come to reformulation, if there is an option for us to put a methylated one in, so if you look at like, you know, if there's numerous examples, but we will take that if it fits with the formulation, but not because there is any real world evidence that it's better, because it's just not true. It doesn't exist. And I would argue that a lot of people have jumped on that train to say it's true because that's the version they want to sell. And it's a really nice, sciencey way to sell something. But the reality is the non-methylated version has just the same efficacy and functionality as the methylated one. Methylation is not, methylated is not methylation. They're two different things.
Thank you.
Hold on, because there's a microphone coming your way. And it worries me with you asking a question, because for those of you who don't know, this incredible couple here are amazing. They do some of the best talks I have ever seen in my life. I am going to recruit them. I have a team of what I call speakers in the field. I'm going to recruit them for it. Their talks, their experience, what they do in the world is amazing. And so now I'm really intimidated because he's probably going to ask a really tough question. Give them a round of applause. Both of you stand up. Yeah. Honestly, their presentations, if you ever get the chance to listen to take a look. If you ever get a chance to listen to them speak, you should grab that with both hands and you should be there. Take a flight, book a train. You two are amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Thank you for those kind words, and the feeling is mutual. So I think that we're all here very blessed because the product availability and the value that's coming into Cincino is absolutely astonishing. So my question is, we saw a beautiful relabeling of the seller's products, which obviously has a high value content, but there's other products right now that's sitting in the brand shop that I easily could see being relabeled and making its transition from brand shop into kind of the true Cincino umbrella as Cincino products. Is there any products right now that is kind of passing that test, if you will, so they can go from brand shop to just the regular shop?
I think we could all answer that, but I'm going to let Camilla and Sebastian answer it to begin with.
So because of the sheer mass of products that is there, and although this is just a fraction of the product team and we have grown a lot, there is still just a sheer mass of products. So before that decision can be taken, they need to be investigated, analyzed, whatever the technical proper word is, but certainly looked at properly. And also, it's a little bit like, and this is my personal point of view, you know, you've got different cakes on a tray, and then there's another acquisition, and then there's more cakes, and some of them are similar. So in a way, it's like you start from scratch again, because it's like, oh, now we've got to look at that as well. And you don't want to then make a decision which is going to override something which you don't know yet. So it's just balancing out that, because there are so many. And we're also looking more into concepts, that the concept makes sense as opposed to just one single product.
Yeah, on the concept work, I know, for example, Elizabeth is doing a lot at the moment, because we have a lot when it comes to weight management from different companies. With regards to passing the test, I'm sure there are a lot of different products that we've gotten through acquisitions that we passed that test. Since I'm responsible for gut health, I'm, for example, looked into the Sunky products quite a bit, and those ones are very likely to pass the test. Might not all of them be in the exact current form. We need to adhere to regulations in different parts of the world, but they are quite exciting, as many of the other products that we've gotten as well.
Thank you.
I think what I'd add to that, though, is that, we are working our way through a lot of really good products. It's a good problem, because there are really things that are strong. But I think Zealous is a good example as well, in as much that what became Zinzino-fied and with the Zinzino label are just phenomenal products. They're outstanding. The Phycoside, the X-Gold, the Spirulina, they're exceptional. And so, it's a bit like, it takes me back to working in sport. When you get to put the jersey on, when you get to represent, that's a huge step up. And we recognize that from our side. And so we're not prepared to put somebody into our kit, into our team colors, until we go, yes, this is exactly, how we want it to be. And so it does take a little bit of time, but for sure there are things there, and everyone has their favorites, by the way. I knew Sebastian would mention Sankey. Everyone has their favorites. Like one of mine was X-Gold. I think X-Gold is amazing. So it just takes time, but we do want to keep them.
And also what you mentioned in the beginning, the combination of fit in the portfolio and sales, like what is actually bringing and is easy for you to sell.
I can see a hand up at the back. I can see this lady here. I can see this gentleman here. I can see someone there.
Yes. Energy. Are you planning some energy drink or anything? People want energy in 15 minutes. We can bring energy up in the long term, but there is a high demand for energy right now.
Well, right now.
Yeah.
You want energy right now? Everyone just stand up and start clapping.
Coffee.
And you'll be full of energy. I'm going to hand over to anybody else who wants to answer that.
Okay, yeah.
No one wants to answer it.
I'm quite intrigued, again, when it comes to Sankey and energy that you see there. So if you look into those products, there's, for example, Belage that has potential in that area. I know I was expecting Colin to answer this one, because I thought he was going to go on a tangent on what is energy and what is not. And so
I am.
Okay,
I'm going to do that in a minute. Yeah.
And then I'm sure there are other products as well. I know there's background work on something that we're not able to talk much about yet. That is not an energy drink, but in that area of energy. And we do know that a lot of people struggle with energy today for various reasons.
And a lot of, the energy area, if you look at energy drinks, it's awful, isn't it? It's terrible. I'm not allowed to swear when I'm on stage, but I could. A lot of these things, I won't mention any brands, but the ones, they're in a can and people start to drink 2 or 3 or 4 of them and there's no energy in them whatsoever. What is energy? Do you know what energy is? Where does energy come from? Where does energy come from? So does caffeine give you energy? No. Is caffeine a stimulus? No, it's not. So get your notepads out. So caffeine actually just blocks the signal. So you're tired and caffeine goes, okay, I'm going to block that receptor so that you don't know you're tired. And then you get a false sense of going, oh, I feel alert. Because a moment ago I was tired, but now I'm not tired anymore. That's not energy. That's just a cognitive shift. You're no longer aware of the fact that you're tired. And also, a lot of you might work all day, you might have lots of meetings and calls, and you're fatigued, but you're not tired. In fact, the best thing you could do would be to jump up, start to make some movement, and really wake the whole system up. Because energy comes from mitochondria. And each one of your 37, 38 trillion cells has either 1, 2, 10, 1,000 mitochondria, okay? And those mitochondria, well, they need fats, proteins, and carbohydrates. And what you need is a dynamic, malleable cell that you can get nutrition into and you can get waste products out. So the number one energy formulation in the world is take your balance oil. So optimize those cells, okay? Secondly, you want to make sure it's nutritionally provided for. So you want to get that real rich source of different types of macro and micronutrients into the cell. And so an energy drink, if it's going to be really sophisticated and clever, here's what it should do. It should give you tons of micronutrients. It should give you micronutrients and maybe help out with just turning off that message that says you're tired, because that's a lie. The biggest fraud in your life is that one that says, oh, I'm tired. The minute you feel that, go, no, you're wrong. And jump up out your seat and do something. Do like 5 press-ups or something and wake the system up. And so when it comes to us for energy, what we want to do, and we've got some of this through acquisition and we're looking at it, we want to give you something that legitimately helps you out. So it might turn down the volume on that little voice that tells you that you're tired, which is lying to you. And what it'll do is give the body what it needs in order to empower and switch on those mitochondria so you can go off and spend that energy and do some activity. So we're working on something like that, but I'd already say you already have it. The number one thing you can do to change somebody's energy experience is sell them balance oil. Promise you that now. Promise you that now. And phycoside. Okay? But we'd be reluctant to make the next chemical something in a can.
All right, thank you so much. This is Myra Hope from India. And there is one question I often get from doctors specifically. I am myself as a health coach in India. So the thing is, this question is regarding dry blood spotting test. So when our blood is dried, red blood cell membrane breaks down. So how does this spotting analysis maintain the integrity of fatty acid composition to accurately reflect your omega-6 and 3 ratios?
It's because, oh, go on.
All right, yeah. So when you develop these types of tests, you do different stability testing and so on, and you look at what happens to the blood as it ages. And then you adjust for that. And there is a known curve that happens for the fatty acids as they degrade, and they degrade faster in the beginning and then slower. And with the amount of experience that Vitas has, they know how to correct for that so that you will get a correct result.
Also, the paper itself. So I love this comment. And so people say, so dry blood spot, as blood dries, there's a degradation of the membrane. True. It's like a lot of theory that we teach. But also the paper itself, which captures it, is designed to maintain the integrity of the sample. So it's not an normative condition. It's not drying to the extent something would dry in a normative, typical lab-based condition. And that has a degradation profile too. So we know the profile of that. We know the shape of the curve and the degradation of the fatty acids, and you correct across the two. And that's why you have to have, which Vitas have, is third-party checks to look at accuracy, coefficient of variation, all these kind of things to make sure that you're within a certain type parameter of error. So all of that is accounted for. So we know that the values we give are indicative of the whole and not the rate of degradation.
All right, but from India, it takes so much of time to reach Sweden and have our test done. It's typically a period of 25 days one has to wait. So how many days can we really rely on that dry blood spotting test?
So that dry blood spotting test is way in excess of that. The integrity of that paper is way in excess. It's almost 4x that. It's way more, and it has to be, because you've got to allow for multiple types of variation. But the integrity of the paper is way beyond that. Way beyond that.
And I'd like to comment on that time as well. Due to postal services in different parts of the world, and even within Europe, 25 days is not uncommon for many countries today. So even though it feels like India is far away, that time is not longer than many other places that is much closer.
Hi, Michaela from Czech Republic. I really love the Zinzino products as a base for keeping the house. Just a few of them as they are, and Phycosi is really good for energy. So if you have a shot each time you are tired, it's really amazing. That works for me, my experience. But my question is that weight management is one of the really huge part which world is focusing on. And I would like to ask you about SkinU. What's your opinion about SkinU Valentus product? Does it work?
Actually, I mean, there might be people from Valentus here, and what I'm about to say now is not to cause any offense at all. So Skinny You, we can have an intelligent conversation about the formulation. That's very different to what I'm about to say now. I hate the name. I hate the name. So whatever the fate of that product is, the name won't stay. Skinny You. Anyway, that's all I want to say.
It's pretty clear. No, but this falls into the same because umbrella that we're evaluating all the products, like the efficacy of them. And I mean, one shouldn't underestimate placebo effect, but any product we continue with and put on the market should have proven effect. So we're under the evaluation of that right now.
Thank you.
Do you want to touch on third one?
Why don't we have the exact information about the heavy metal pollution remaining in the balance oil? I know that we have some kind of norm, but we have such an outstanding product. So from a perspective coming from transparency, why don't we have the exact information?
Where? Sorry. Right at the back.
Then,
Yeah, I was desperately trying to see who was asking that. So
smallest girl in the room, probably.
Yeah. So we are actually putting together a resource so that all that stuff just gets declared, because we've got nothing to hide whatsoever. It's because it's a funny thing, because everything has to meet the same standard anyway. So it's one of those questions. I don't know which part of the industry felt like they needed to attack another part of the industry and go, we're showing ours and ours is the purest, because it's nonsense, because everyone has to meet the same standard. And then you get someone who says, but ours is like so much more pure. But ours is meets and surpasses our standards of it are truly excellent. And so currently right now, we are putting together a resource and a place whereby all of these things for people who need to see it and want to see it is going to be made available. I don't know the current status of that, but I know that that's all getting put in place. So it's got things like Totox and another thing that people get obsessed about because somebody else told them it was important. And so we're going to declare all those things. So that resource will be available imminently. Yeah, you'll be able to click on to your heart's desire and show people that bit of information that they want to see. Okay. So we're very proud of our standards. They surpass with excellence, and very soon you'll be able to click and go, there's the form. Okay. So yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you.
I'm just going to go back a step, because Sebastian reminded me, which goes back to the Skinny You product, which is the fact is that the key active in it are the terpenes. And hands up in the room, anyone who's ever heard of something called GLP-1. It's interesting, isn't it? Because if I asked you that question 2 years ago, most people wouldn't have had an idea. So terpenes, which is one of the key actives in Skinny You, is implicated in one, the management of appetite, and secondly, the prompting and the stimulus of those kind of GLP-1s from a natural point of view. So we are super interested in the actives that are in Skinny You. Just want to make that really clear, okay? So I don't want anyone leaving the room thinking that we've got a negative opinion of the formulation, because we don't. And not everybody hates the name, just me. I hate the name.
Me too. I have one quick second question.
Second question, another rule breaker. My auntie has got a disease. Now go on.
Oh, I can give to her. Why is the X Gold tasting sweet? Because none of the ingredients are sweet. Is it the combination that turns it sweet, or why?
I wish so. We should have brought Pontus. Loves talking about taste profiles and how they all come about. But literally, you're right. None of the ingredients are. And first of all, believe it or not, there's a huge individuality when it comes to perception of sweetness. So, I mean, something either is high or low on the sweetness scale, but it is a combination effect in the context of that product. And it's interesting because I don't like sweet things and I don't find X Gold sweet. So it's really interesting to me. And you're not the first, you're not the second. Lots of people have told me that they find it sweet and I really don't. But it is just a combination of the formulation and then that individual palatability. If Pontus was here, he'd stand up and he'd use very flowery language and it'd sound fantastic. But there's something in that. But I will actually, I'll delve into that and I'll try and find out what's the sweet spot that's making it taste so sweet. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right, folks, we've got 3 minutes and 33 seconds.
Okay.
So we've probably got time for one more question.
I have the microphone, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna scream. No. I love Colin Gym Boost. It's one favorite product. But I have a lot of frequently questions about it from my customers. And they ask me a lot, why 10 days? And yeah, can I use it at what time is the best for using it at the day?
So we get that question a lot because a lot of other people in the space would just say, take collagen daily. And there's a lot of studies that have looked at collagen daily. When we put together Collagen Boost, remember, we came at it from a skin health point of view. So we were very much looking at the gut skin axis. That's why there are parts of that formulation that are, they're not additional to, they are integral to the hyaluronic acid and the total collagen that's in there. And what we wanted to encourage people to do was effectively high dose the hyaluronic acid and the collagen, plus those those gut agents that we facilitated it with for 10 days straight, really back to back, take that product in order for it to prompt the body's own production. It's effectively, it's a spiking effect. And we did that based on the research that is far more physiological, really, in how the body responds to certain types of stimulus. And we were confident that the research backed the idea that really going to high dose for those 10 days with the formulation was going to prompt a really positive net gut health, gut and then skin outcome. And it proved to be true. We've got countless amounts of not just testimonies, but case studies, images, photographs, everything. We did some of our own studies. However, some people want to take it every single day. And it's completely safe if you'd like to do that. Some people want to take it every other day. So they'll take it one day, an off day, and that's completely fine too. It is in itself, it's quite a dynamic product. We talk about it a lot. I still stand behind the 10-day boost and work it that way. But you know what? If you want to take it every other day, every third day, if you want to take it 10 days, then take it every other day. It's completely safe. It's completely fine. And you're free to do that.
And it's it's better for eating or after eating or during the day or...
I think a product like that, and you probably get 4 different answers, but I think a product like that is consistency is key. So to me, if you took it at 11 o'clock every day for those 10 days, so then the 24-hour life cycle of it, that's the way to do it. Whether you take that with a drink of water or a cup of coffee, that's entirely up to you. Even if you take it with food, but just be consistent. Take it at the same time of day, every day for the 10 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And there is 10 seconds left, so I'm going to allow one more question. But I'm going to let the people on the floor pick who it is.
Yeah. Thank you.
There you go.
Okay.
I'm not just saying that, I'm glad it's you.
Thank you.
I was going to ignore all the others anyway.
Thank you, doctor. Many people uses methylated blue. How would you help them understand that it might be better to look into psycho and maybe make the change?
Sorry, they use
Methylated blue.
Yeah.
And help them look into ficoside.
Yes.
How I'm not a salesperson, so I'm going to hand over. Other people here got more salesy kind of. I mean, to me,
Yes.
I mean, I've discussed methylation and methylated. So, I mean, ficoside is without doubt, it has no rival.
Okay.
When you look at the efficacy, the potency, how it's derived, where it's from, what it does, there's no comparison to it. So if you're choosing to do something else, it's a bit like, you know, if you had all the money in the world and you could buy any car you want, and you went to the showroom and they had a brand spanking new Bentley, and right next to it, they had a Ford Focus. And you had all the money in the world and you went, I'm going to take the Ford Focus. That's entirely up to you.
Yes.
That's up to you.
Yeah.
And so to me, you've got the choice of ficoside or something else. And if you can go down the ficoside route, then you're just choosing not to have something as good. It's as simple as that. It's up to you. That's it.
Thank you, doctor. Thanks.
Entirely. Methylated blue. It's artificial. So you're telling me all the answers. Why are you asking me that question? Yeah, that's a terrible answer, Col. It's artificial. It's just the same. So you already know the answer. But that's exactly the point, though. You've got to, with anything that you choose to do, with anything that you choose to consume or buy, you always have to ask yourself, why am I doing this? And is it the best fit for what I want and expect from this? So forget cars and everything else. When you're talking about nutrition, every choice, whether it's your breakfast here at the hotel, whether it's the meal you make yourself, whether it's the supplementation, the question should be, what does this address? And is this the most effective way to do it? And if you can't answer yes to that, then you're doing the wrong thing. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. Right, folks, give a big hand to these three incredible people here. We appreciate your questions. Thank you for all being here. We're going to be here all week, so grab us, ask more questions. Enjoy the whole conference. We'll all catch you later. Thank you very much.
The show will start in 1 minute. The show is about to start in...
We've come a long way since 2005. From a bold vision to a global movement. From zero to more than $300 million in revenue. But in the bigger picture, we are just getting started. The potential is enormous. In the coming decades, the omega-3 market will be worth around $200 billion. In every category, there's always one player who takes the lead and owns the space. Who will own test-based personalized nutrition? Many factors will play a role, but one thing stands above the rest: ambition. Zinzino's ambition is grand. $1 billion in sales in the next 3 to 4 years. 20 million customers by 2035. 100 million customers by 2050. But numbers alone won't get us there. Your ambition will. Your state of being, your decision to build the life and business you once only imagined. Your desire to change people's health for the better. Your discipline to show up every single day. Even when it's tough. Especially when it's tough. Ambition brought us here. Ambition will take us there.
Please welcome our MCs. Black Crown, Ruth Monroe. Royal Ambassador, James Locke.
We're just getting started. This right here is my type of party. This is my type of party. 5 more hours, we're just getting started. 5 more hours, we're just getting started. Just getting started.
Welcome, Director Trip Bali 2026. Is everyone excited?
Well, just before we start, just some important housekeeping. For everyone, there's many different countries here today. So please, in the next few seconds, if you haven't already, scan the QR code and choose your chosen country. For the people at home, you would have received an email today, so just follow the guidelines.
Huge congratulations to everyone who's made it here today. We'd like to offer our thoughts and prayers to those who's been affected by the Middle Eastern conflict, and of course to those who have been unable to make it from Zinzino partners.
So guys, I mean, what an incredible event. Imagine putting together something like this. It's just absolutely insane. So I want you to really raise the roof. We're nearly, or 600 after some of the people who couldn't make it. We're still 600 people here today. And we have the best test, we have the best company, we know all this. And we've got the best events team. So for Caroline, Diana, Jacob, and the team, let's raise the roof. A big round of applause.
for Jay and I, our story started 6 years ago. In lockdown, Jay called me and he said, Ruth, I've got an amazing opportunity. Within 20 days of joining our fantastic company, we qualified for the first our first director trip in Portugal. But we had a little problem. Neither of us were vaccinated. But if anyone knows Jay, he always finds a solution.
So, I knew that one of Ruth's major dreams was to drive in the sun in an unbelievable, very expensive, luxury, fast sports car. So off we went across the pond from the UK into Europe and drove 1,000 kilometers in a straight line to make our first director trip. It wasn't a Lamborghini, but the fear got us there, and that was the most important thing. So the moral of the story is, we want to say a huge congratulations for everyone who has made this uncomfortable effort to get here. Well done, and let's have a great time. Right, are you ready for our first speaker? Are you ready for our first speaker?
Ladies and gentlemen, every great movement begins with a vision so powerful that it brings people together, creates opportunities, and transforms lives. Today, everything you see here is a result of one such vision. Our first speaker is an extraordinary entrepreneur and a true pioneer, a leader who builds with heart, courage, and an unstoppable ambition. Together with co-founder Orion, she has created something truly phenomenal. A global community that continues to grow, inspire, empower people around the world. Beyond the success and the stage, she is also a devoted mother of 4 young children, showing all of us what true strength, stamina, and leadership is like. So please stand. Let's bring the energy into the room. Let's raise the roof for our founder and 7-star global president, Hilda Rizmir Salah.
You've probably heard ambition drives behavior. But let me ask you a little bit of a different question. Who becomes more ambitious because of you? Because ambition isn't just personal. It's not really just about what you want. It's actually very connected to leadership. And whether you like it or not, your ambition is already shaping the people you have around you. Now, there is a principle that I strongly do believe in. Everything rises and falls on leadership. And if that is true, the ambition of your team rises and falls on you. So we're going to dig a little bit into this during these days. But first of all, I just want to say that I am so happy to see you all here in Bali. Give yourself a hand. This week has been a little bit of an emotional roller coaster. because of the world situation. And as you know, a lot of people have gotten their flights canceled. And we also have people who are still in an unsafe place. We were so happy yesterday when Francisco and Liliana could come from Dubai to Bali together with their 2 sons, so give them a hand. But our prayers are still with everyone who are directly affected by the situation. And I do understand that for those of you who are watching this live stream today, many of you are really sad because it was your dream to be here. And I do feel for you. And I just want to say that we greatly miss you. You are with us here in spirit. But you know, the reason why Zinzino is where we are today is very much because of our incredible leaders, our amazing people, and our strong mindset. So we're not going to let this crack us. We're going to use this to level up and grow. Now, for everyone who are here, we are so excited about these coming days. And I can say that since 2019, I've been longing to get back to this place because it's such a beautiful destination. The hotel, the staff, you know, it's just an impeccable service. But this trip is more than the hotel and the service and the destination. It's really about the people. It's about you. So you want to really utilize this opportunity to get to know as many as possible, to learn as much as you can so that you can look back at this trip, not just as a trip, but as a defining moment that helped you grow. I truly do believe that you get what you expect. So if you haven't yet decided what you want from this trip, by the end of today, you want to have that clear on paper. Because again, the better the questions, the easier and the better the answers. And if you truly know what you're looking for as you're here, it's so much easier to actually get it. And by the way, we were supposed to be over 800 people on this trip. And I had a conversation with someone here some days ago that said to me, 800 people, that is insane. And to be honest, it is a little bit insane, you know, and I celebrate it. And I'm so grateful for this. And give yourself a hand again, you know, because you've done an amazing job to be here. But let me also say this. I know that some of you came to Bali carrying pressure that nobody sees. Some of you had to fight really hard to qualify. Some of you almost didn't make it. And if that is you, I want you to put your hand on your heart for a little second, and don't just celebrate the fact that you are here, celebrate the person you had to become to get here. Now, getting to these numbers is an insane team effort, but even though I'm very happy about the numbers, when I close my eyes, and I'm sorry, Diana and Jacob and the rest of the event team, because they might get a small heart attack by me saying, when I close my eyes, I visualize us having thousands and thousands and thousands of people on several destinations across the globe on director trips. But this is also why this trip matters so much, because this trip doesn't just reward your performance, it shapes your ambition. Now, when I was 13 years old, I found the book Think and Grow Rich in my grandpa's bookshelf. And I didn't know English fluently at the time, but I did understand enough to realize this, that thoughts are things. Now that summer, I remember I wrote my first goal list, and it consisted of 3 things. Number 1, when I grow up, I will own a house with a pool. I was competing in swimming at the time, and it was very important for me to have a house with a pool. Now, secondly, I wanted a car without a roof, probably meaning a convertible. And then I wanted to be so rich that I could buy literally everything that I wanted. And at that point in time, it probably meant a lot of ice cream and the Levi's jeans that my schoolmates had that I did not have. Now, as a quite young gal, I believed, that my life was created on purpose. And surely I had no idea how I was going to make everything work. I just felt that life could be bigger than the island on the west side of Norway that I grew up on. And everything, kind of started from there. And I can say that summer, it was like someone opened up a door in my mind. Now, many of you've heard Orion's teaching about the cognitive behavioral model, where everything starts with a thought that leads to a feeling, that again leads to action, which again produces a certain result and will give you a certain experience. That again leads to a new thought. But if you are ambitious, you will make it a point of continuously, several times a day, revisiting your dreams and allow that ambition to influence your thoughts. Because again, it starts with that. Now, several times I've asked myself, why are some people more ambitious than others? Sometimes I've even asked myself, what is wrong with me? Because, I have this innate desire, this fire on my inside that I gotta grow, I gotta get better, I need to achieve, I need to impact. And some of you know exactly what I'm saying because you can totally relate. You get to a certain target and you celebrate for 14 minutes and you're like, what's next? And surely living with a man for over 2 decades that is kind of infected with the same virus, it doesn't necessarily help. But my conclusion is that it didn't happen by coincidence. It happened by conscious and subconscious programming over time. Now, sometimes I've asked myself, is ambition related to personality? Is it birth order? Because I'm certainly a bit more intense than my younger siblings. Poor them. Is it environment? And I think that everything to a certain degree plays a part, but very often I find that a lot of people, they view ambition as something that you have or you don't have. And I don't believe in that. I believe that ambition is formed or shaped by 3 forces that are continuously influencing each other's, and I call them internal growth, external growth, and your imagination. And together, they form what I call the triangle of ambition. And if one side is weak, the whole shape becomes unstable. So when someone comes to me and they say, I have a bit of a motivation problem, I know that it's not necessarily a motivation problem. Maybe it's so that you have a triangle problem. Now, your internal growth is shaped by the environment that you grew up in, by the people you spent your time with, and the messages that you absorbed at an early age. But it's also related to everything that you have experienced ever since. So your personal development, your professional development, your confidence, resilience, and your identity. In many ways, your internal growth decides what you believe is possible for you and what you feel worthy of attracting into your life. Now, your external growth is everything that is happening around you, your physical and social reality, what you see every day, what you do repeatedly, what you are exposed to, and the lifestyle that you make as normal. Now, if you surround yourself with leaders who are operating at a higher level than you, your brain will automatically start to make decisions that match that level. But it's not just about what you do, it's also what you then are influenced to believe what is possible for you to achieve. Now, the last part, your imagination. I really do believe that your imagination chooses your future, chooses your destiny. And this is where vision lives. Your ability to picture a future that doesn't yet exist, but that you decide to build. Now, this is where purpose lives. It's where your future starts to feel real on your inside before it actually has happened and before anyone else can see it. And it's not just about what you want to achieve, how much you want to earn. It's really, who do you wish to become? What will you change into? Why do you want it? Why is it so important for you? Now, I truly do believe that your imagination is really giving your ambition direction. And it helps you set goals that are not just logical, but meaningful. Inspired people produce results. You've heard me say that many times before, and you've probably heard Urian say that as well. And I think that the more you work on your triangle, your internal, external growth, and your imagination, the easier it is for you to actually be clear about where you want to go. And the more clear you are about where you want to go, well, the easier it is to do the right actions and deliver the results that you desire. So what I'd like to do here today is that we're going to dig a little bit into this. I don't have the time to really go into all of the details, so I'm more going to give you a perspective. And then, hopefully, if I have time, I will get a bit more practical towards the end. Now, what I see is that leaders who build ambition in others, they usually have three things in common. They dream deliberately, they educate themselves continuously, and they act relentlessly. You know, dreaming is not something that you do when there is time, when you feel like it by default. It's something that actually should be ingrained in your daily life. Every single day, you want to set aside some time to think about the future, whether it's 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or 30 minutes a day. You want to immerse yourself in the direction that you are going. Now, how will it feel when you open up the door to your dream home and you invite your family in? How will it feel to invite your parents on that dream holiday that they've been dreaming about their entire life? How will it feel to have the opportunity to send your kids to college or university, no matter where in the world, no matter what it costs, or to maybe help them with the startup money for their business, or even, support them on the way to president in Cinzino? Now, how would it feel to be able, 5 years from now, to write a check as large as your 2026 Cinzino commission to charity because your business grew 10 times? How would it feel to fill a room of 500 of your teammates, 5,000 or even 50,000 people on a stadium? How would it feel to get to president, or global president, or 17-star global president? Come on, somebody! Now, how far can the next person that you enroll go because you choose to lead them well. And is the vision that you're painting for your team strong enough so that they want to chase it, so that you want to chase it? Because if it's not really something that people want to chase, it's very easy to settle for today. Now, one of my mentors, Brian Clemmer, he usually said that people are driven by three things: comfort, security, and freedom. Now, over the years, I've seen a lot of people, they say to me, I'm really driven by freedom. And then I see them get to a level where they can pay their normal expenses, maybe a little extra, and then their performance goes down and they stop to work. Now, I've heard people say that, I'm really desiring freedom, but then the minute they got to invest in their business, they hesitate and they pull out. Because in reality, they're not driven by freedom, they're driven by security. Now, my point is not to criticize. My point is this: very often, maybe you actually are driven by freedom, but because your past programming is telling you that you got to stop when you get to comfort or to security, that is what is controlling your life. And by not being consciously aware of changing it, you will limit your growth. Now, every single time that you hear Orion or myself speak, you're probably going to hear us say, 100 million customers. That is the goal. We continue to repeat it. And the reason why is because we believe that big accomplishments in life starts with self-suggestion. Now, science actually also proves that you've got to be a little bit extreme to get what you want. Now, to reprogram your brain, you got to boost neuroplasticity, which is basically your brain's ability to rewire. And surely neuroplasticity happens continuously, but when you repeat something with intensity and emotion and you add behavioral change, it goes faster. Now, your brain doesn't change through casual effort. It changes through, well, you could say positive obsession. Now, obsession boosts dopamine. Dopamine boosts motivation. Dopamine is kind of like that mental drug that keeps you going when people around you may quit. And because your brain filters reality through what you are extremely focused on, your reticular activating system starts to tune your attention towards what matters most to you. Now, this is the reason why manifestation works. This is the reason why visualization works. Because when you are extremely focused in one direction, your brain will start to notice the people and the opportunities around you to match your focus. Now, on the next slide, I want you to pay very closely attention. And I want you to pay attention to how many blue objects are on the picture. I want you to count them. And I want you to be able to retell what are the blue objects, but you're only going to get 3 seconds. Now, let me ask you a question. Could you tell me what were the purple objects? Now, the majority probably could not necessarily retell what was the purple objects. Why? Because your brain focuses your attention towards what matters most to you in every given moment. So you don't necessarily see the actual reality. You see a perception of the reality. So if you tell yourself that I'm not worthy, or I'm not good enough, or I don't really know if I have what it takes, or it's going to be really difficult to recruit those 10 to 15 new partners this year. You know, it's a little bit challenging, you know, to manage all of these people. There are so many lines. I have no idea how I'm going to do it. Well, that will be your perception of the reality, and your brain will automatically focus on that. However, if you tell yourself, I'm more than enough, you know, I'm guided and protected, I'm highly favored, I'm selected. Every single day, I'm taking quantum leaps towards my big dream. I am continuously getting better every single day. I'm working on my skills, I'm working on my mindset. People will be attracted into my life as a magnet. I am attracting people who are independent, ambitious, and they're going to love to work together with me. Well, guess what? That will be your reality. Now, you are the conductor of your life. Success starts in your mind before it happens in real life. You are the captain of your ship. And this is not just a rah-rah motivational kind of speech or a law of attraction speech. It's actually the truth. Now, several years ago, probably a decade ago or so, I did a sales and recruiting workshop. And I'm actually quite excited because we're going to dig a little bit more into communication and recruiting here on Thursday. So I'm going to do that. But anyway, on this specific time, I remember I did this, and then we added some visualization in the end. And I gave the group an assignment, and that was to visualize themselves do 10 meetings successfully. Now, after, about 30 minutes later, I asked, so how did it go? And one of the ladies, she was like, yes, what I answered. And she said, it went brilliant, she said. I signed up 5 out of 10. And I remember laughing, and I said, why didn't you sign up all? Well, I felt it had to be a little bit realistic, she said. But honey, it's in your mind. You're going to be able to lead your mind to be able to lead your life. You don't want to practice disappointment in your mind. Your brain is listening, you know. You are what is deciding your life. Control your mind and control your life. Now, when I was 21, I traveled with my boyfriend at the time, now my husband, to Hawaii. And, you know, I had been traveling quite a lot also during my childhood together with my dad. And I was exposed to luxury, but this was just a totally different level of luxury. And I remember we attended this class called the Increase event, where they were teaching increase principles from the Bible. And I was sitting in this room as a young gal, looking at these wildly successful speakers on stage and, you know, writing down bold decisions for my life. Now, after one of the breaks, the host came in and entered the stage, and he said, you have no idea what just happened. In the break, someone came over to me, and he wished to be anonymous. I'm not going to say his name. But he wished to sow. He gave me a check of $100,000 that he wants to sow into our ministry. And right there, you know, it was like I was hit in the stomach. And I know Orion felt it as well, you know. And we looked at each other and we said, you know, we want to be that kind of people that can sow $100,000 into whatever we want to sow it into. We want to be those kind of people. So I went in to that room with ambition, but I went out of the room with a bigger world. Now, some years later, we traveled we've traveled on a cruise. It was a networking cruise that was hosted by Tom Schreider and Art Jonak, that you know. And immediately when we entered the boat, there was kind of rumors going on all around the boat that there is someone on this ship that is earning $100,000 in network marketing. And we were like blown away. We were like, we got to meet this guy. We got to touch him. And later, the same afternoon, we saw him sitting on deck and he had this red shorts on him and a blue cap. And I remember just looking at Orion and I'm like, oh, we can do that. Look at him. We can do that. Now, we built a friendship. And, some years later again, we are sitting in South Beach in Florida. And again, I just felt this was like a fantasy world. Because again, I come from very humble beginnings. And all around me, we were having lunch. And all around me, there are these celebrities, right? Actually, as we're sitting there having lunch, I remember maybe this was at the beginning of Zinzino, maybe a little later. But anyway, so I was 25. Anyway, there is coming into this restaurant, Carrie Bradshaw's boyfriend. I'm not necessarily very proud to say that I watched that series during a season of my life. And some of you are like, what is she talking about? Well, doesn't necessarily matter. Anyway, he's sitting on the table next to us and I'm just surrounded by these celebrities. And I'm thinking to myself, this is crazy. But then we decide, we're going to make a bet with this guy, not with the celebrity, but with our friend. And we made the bet, first couple to $500,000 a month will buy the other couple a luxury holiday. Now that's a motivational friendship. Now many of you've heard us speak about our trips to Saint-Tropez. Now why did we choose that destination? Because we had to expand our mindset. Now, sometimes growth is spiritual. Other times growth is simply standing on a pier, looking at a yacht coming into harbor and realizing this boat costs more than my entire city. Sometimes it's actually standing in a hotel lobby and thinking to yourself, my thinking's gotta upgrade. Now, this is one of the reasons why this trip matters so much. Because you should never underestimate the power around being around people or places that pushes you. Now, if I take it back to my childhood, I could say that after reading this book during the summer, I started to experiment with visualization. So after doing my prayers in the evening, I was visualizing my lifestyle, my future lifestyle, where I wanted to live, the woman I wanted to become. Now, before a competition, and I was competing in swimming at the time, not necessarily super world class, but it was on a national level. I started to experiment doing my visualization technique and going through the race in my mind prior to actually doing it. How my body would react to the start shot, how strong my strokes would be in the water, how far out I would go after each turn. And interestingly enough, I noticed that my performance was always better when I did my visualization. Now, even though my breakthrough didn't just happen overnight in business, it took a lot of hours, a lot of meetings, a lot of check and adjust. I can say that with clear confidence. What really made the big difference was when I took captive my thoughts and I focused on how to turn the no's to the yeses. Now, that was how my breakthrough came. So your internal growth, your external growth, your imagination is essential in building that inspiration that is lasting. But again, you can't just sit around and visualize success without doing anything more. So if you are a leader who are building ambition in others, you will educate continuously. You know, if you have ambition, you will naturally have a thirst for hunger. You will read more, you will listen more, and you will, as a result, learn more. And whether you realize it or not, that is going to shape what you think about, what you do, what you talk about, and what you expect from others. But it's not enough to just think about it and read about it and be the professor. You gotta be the one who put everything to practice and showing tail lights. You know, our daughter Sarah, she's now 7. And for the past, it's like 1.5 years or so, she's been practicing her handstand. So every single day, she's up and down, up and down, up and down. And, you know, I'm doing handstands myself towards the wall twice a week. But, you know, I can't be compared to Sarah because she's basically doing it 30 to 50, maybe 100 times a day. And honestly, I also love to watch it because it's just ambition at its purest form. No ego, no drama, you know, just a lot of repetition and a huge celebration every single time that she's managing to stand a little longer. And in many ways, you know, she reminds me about myself in business in my beginning years, because what I lacked in talent, I certainly made up for in numbers. Now, you should never underestimate the power of repetitions, of doing what is actually working, what is actually building your business. But in addition to showing taillights and being the example worth following, you also got to be the one who are making sure that your team becomes more ambitious with you than without you. You know, a non-ambitious leader or a person left alone would usually stay average. However, under the right leadership, that someone can still grow at least 10 times. Now think about someone in your team or maybe your upline or in your life in general that is really ambitious. Now this person is probably going to grow no matter what. However, under the right leadership, that person won't just grow incremental. The growth will be exponential, maybe 100 times greater. And here is maybe the uncomfortable truth. If an ambitious person works together with the wrong leader, one out of two things happen. Either they lose their ambition, or they outperform you and leave you behind. Now, if a non-ambitious person is working together with a non-ambitious leader, well, nothing happened. You know, average, complacence. So again, ambition isn't random. It's not luck. It's not talent. It's not so that every single someone who achieved something extraordinary in their life is born with this fire on their inside. It's trained and it's very often linked and connected to leadership. And that is why I say that you are the average of your 5 closest friends, what you read, what you listen to, and the environment you deliberately choose. Now, if you flip that around, your people are therefore the average of you. Your energy, your standards, your thinking, and your ambition. Now, in addition to being the one who are showing taillights and being the person that people really want to follow and that people feel a drive to follow, you always got to think about what is important to create that fire so that people actually want to follow. And there are 2 secrets that I really want you to pay attention to in this regard. And that is your vision and how you build according with the comp plan. Now, people like a clear direction. And like I said, it's going to be very rare that you hear me speak on stage without mentioning 100 million customers. Now, if you remember back to the international annual event, I said that we had the vision of reaching 1 million customers, Orin and I, already in 2005. But we were not bold enough to say it out loud. So we said it to each other, but we didn't say it from the stage. But then after 2 years, in 2007, we said it out loud. Our vision is 1 million customers. And then it took 2 more years before we heard our leaders repeat it. They just thought we were crazy. Now, at one point, we looked at each other and we said, you know, we can't limit ourselves to breadcrumbs. There is over 500 million people out in the world that is currently using an omega-3 supplement, and 97% is still out of balance. We have a job to do. We are upgrading our vision to 100 million customers. But then again, I think some of you still felt, they're a little wacko. But we kept on repeating it. We repeated it. We said it out loud. We repeated it. We repeated it. And I think that what at one point happened was that we started to believe in it. And when we started to believe in it, people around us started to believe in it. And today you can hear that message spreading across the world. Now you want to be that leader who are pointing in a clear direction. And surely we want you to jump on board on the 100 million customer vision. And I know that you already are, because if not, you wouldn't be in this room. But you also want to think about, what is my vision, your vision for your team? And you want to be bold enough to speak it out loud. Now, when people think you're crazy, that is totally okay. You want to continue to speak it out loud, because self-suggestion eventually becomes auto-suggestion. And then it becomes a part of you, and then people can feel it. But again, it's not enough to just point towards a direction. You got to be the one that are replacing hope with clarity. You got to break down the numbers. So a good question is, do your team understand the comp plan? Do they understand how one more recruit can affect their check every week? Do they understand how 3 more meetings every week can lead to a momentum 6 months from now? Now, in February, there was Super Bowl in the United States. And when you hear someone say, hot, hot, what do you respond with? I would say cab. Cab bonus is what we respond with. If we say hot, hot in Zinzino, the response should be cab. Because cab is actually what is building our business. That is what we need to focus on. New customers, new recruits every single week. New customers, new recruits. We got to pay attention to the cab bonus. Now, who in this room is a director at this point? Can you stand up? Give them a hand. Everyone who is a director. Now, you can keep on standing. Just keep on standing. So, any of you want to go to maybe Crown this year? Could you raise your hand? Okay, I love that. So, let's just look at that for a second. We all know the numbers. To go to Crown, you need 24,000 more credits. So, there is obviously a lot of different ways you can do that, right? A lot of customers, a lot of partners, good combination is usually how it works. But if we're going to just break it down, it's about 50 to 80 new partners that needs to go in during a calendar month, depending on if it's a normal month or if it's an EasyBee X month. So let's say that you have 12 people in your team who really want to level up and are willing to do the little extra. So 12 people, including yourself. You do 3 meetings, 5 days a week. That will add up to 720 meetings in a month. if 1 out of 9 meetings, not necessarily 9 different people, because some people need a second exposure, a third exposure, but let's say 1 out of 9 say yes, you have 80, a mosquito came in my face, new partners. Now you would be a crown, and you would have some new diamonds, directors in your team. You would go from averaging 8,000 to 16,000 euros a month. Anyone? Yes. Give them a hand. You may sit down. So clarity matters. You want to be the one who are breaking down the numbers for your team. Now, you know it yourself. You can be very excited, but if you're a little bit unclear about the plan, you become hesitant. However, if you have a clear intention, a clear instruction, it's very easy to actually take the action that is needed to create the goal to become true. Now, these numbers can sometimes feel big, but only if you forget the transformational change that happens in people along the way. Now, you know, our ambition for this year, it's quite big, it's grand. We want to bring in 100,000 new partners into Zinzino, 1 million new subscriptions. We want to help 10,000 new people up to A-team, 5,000 new people up to executive, 1,200 new people up to diamond, 300 new people up to crown, and it's probably going to be over 20 people who also reach president. Now, we will, as a community, create over 5 billion Swedish kroners in sales, or about $500 million. And we're going to be well on the way to hit that $1 billion mark within the upcoming years. And what is absolutely non-negotiable is that we are going to continue to remove the guesswork out of nutrition and own test-based nutrition. Now, before today is over, I want you to get your expectation for this trip on a piece of paper. Get clear about what you want from this trip. You also want to revisit your vision, your goal. You want to decide on a growth habit that you incorporate into your life every single day, and you want to decide on a number that you wish to track every week. Because ambition works better when it has a name, a habit, and a target attached to it. Now, this year, my friends, we want to dream big on purpose. We want to educate ourselves continuously, and we want to really act out loud. Now, you are wonderfully and powerfully made. And as a result of your creation, you're given the authority to produce, lead, and impact people around you. Now, I know that you're going to get so many nuggets from this week. But my prayer over you this week is really that you will leave with an intense fire on your inside, where you refuse to settle for comfort, where you choose growth, and where you continue to raise your standards and remind yourself daily that your ambition does not stop with you. It shapes the people you lead, the culture you create, and the future you are trusted to build. God bless you. We're going to have an amazing week. Let's enjoy this time together. Thank you so much.
Keep
amazing opening from our co-founder. Jay, what was your takeaway?
I think we need to change our relationship to a motivational friendship. But no, the 7 times a day, 30 minutes a day is something I want to really implement.
Okay. Guys, are we ready for our next speaker?
So our next speaker, his ambition, and he will take this to his next life, is to change humans' habits and activities. I've known this legend for a long, long time. I'm from the city I was born in, Liverpool. We have 3 wonders of the world. One is the best football club, Liverpool Football Club, obviously. The second is the Beatles, and the third is your next speaker. So please raise the roof for your Oz Chief Product Officer, Dr. Colin Robertson.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Here I am, back again. Thank you everyone who came to the Q&A. I'm aware of the fact that I kind of spoke too much at the Q&A. And now I'm going to speak too much again. But I'm going to try and stay really, really focused. Because what I'm going to take you through, in fact, if we just click to here, what I'm going to take you through is our flagship product, which is BalanceOil. But I'm going to address a question that often comes up in the Q&As when we do them, often comes up online, and actually maybe is something that I've not covered in depth enough with you before. And so what I've done is this is a presentation in 2 parts. Part 1 is there is going to be slides with lots of information on that I'm not going to read. I'm not going to do that. That would be horrendous for everybody. But I've put those slides together for you. 1, you can take a picture when they're up, lots of information, lots of facts. 2, I will happily send you this presentation deck once I've done it today. So you can have it. And then you can answer the questions that you get, or you can show people who ask those types of questions. But really, what I take most pride and satisfaction in is making the science make sense. Make it really, really simple. And make it matter to you. So whilst there's going to be lots of information, and it's going to tell me what to talk about next, I'm not just going to read this, okay? But before I do that, I want you all to take a huge deep breath and hold it. Okay, you ready? On 3, take a huge breath. 1, 2, 3. Hold it. And now release it. And now I want you to do that one more time. Deep breath on 3. 1, 2, 3. Hold it. And now release it. So that can be quite calming. But I want to ask you a question. What happens when you do that? And what I mean is tell me what happens in your body. What is the process? Because you all breathe all the time. I know that because you're all here. You all breathe every hour of every day, for every single minute. Breathing is essential to life. Would you agree? Anyone who disagrees, please come up on stage and show everyone that you're right and we're wrong. But maybe you don't know what actually happens. Maybe you don't know all those processes that happen beneath the skin, within the lungs, the diffusion, what gets to the cell. Because we take it for granted. And I think it's easy to take this for granted, especially people like us, because you've probably been taking this product yourself for a year, 2 years, 10 years, however long. And you get to the point where you go, well, yeah, I just do it, and I know it works, and I know some words. And I'm actually going to use some words in this presentation that I normally avoid nowadays, okay? Because it plays a part in explaining what this actually does. Whenever any of my colleagues say to me, okay, and whether they're medical or whether they're scientific, and they say, okay, so what is this omega-3 stuff? I always say it's interesting that you have started with the omega-3. Because to me, right at the start, now and always, BalanceOil contains omega-3. But BalanceOil is so much more. And actually, the start point for me is the olive oil. So let's have a look at the functional role that the olive oil plays. Because that's the starting point in all of this. That's one of the things that makes it so different. So we can see here that it's designed to restore, and you're probably used to all this language. You're going to restore that balance between omega-3 and omega-6. And I've done presentations, and you've done presentations, and you've probably had conversations that go too far, where you scare everyone, and you realize there's omega-6 everywhere. Don't touch that table, because you might get some omega-6. And it's going to give you a disease. But the reality is there is too much omega-6. There's too much omega-6 in the average diet. That's just a fact. And the problem is, not only is there too much omega-6, which is essential, there's too little omega-3. So you have the perfect storm. Too much of one thing, not enough of another. And the body is all about balance. Biology is all about balance. So whenever there is too much of one thing and not enough of the other, there is always a problem that is the outcome of that situation. So what we need to look at is go, okay, let's break this down. Let's look at what's really happening, what is playing an active role, and it starts with the extra virgin olive oil. Now, I say this with a lot of love and compassion and sympathy and empathy and humor. But I've forgotten more about nutrition than most doctors ever knew. So when doctors give out nutrition advice, I find that highly entertaining. I'm like, I'm going to sit and listen to this. This should be good. But the one area where 99.9% of them get it right is that they will recommend that a person takes olive oil every single day. Because it's one of those things that people know and understand, is that olive oil has pro-anti-inflammatory properties. And so here we are, we start with the role of the olive oil, the extra virgin olive oil and what it contains. And these are proactively controlling not only inflammation, but they are also starting to change some of the architecture of what happens in the body. So again, I'm not going to read off all these slides. Feel free to take pictures. I wrote them for you. They're simple, they have highlights, you can translate them. But what I want you to recognize as we step through is this is not just passive. We've explained in the past that olive oil encapsulates the omega-3 and it protects the omega-3. We'll get to that. What you've got to realize is the start of the change in the body commences with the olive oil itself. I was recently in Athens, and a scientific representative of the Olympic Committee was there. And we did a Q&A, and he asked me a question. And he said, surely, if we start to control inflammation, we're going to compromise the response to exercise. Inflammation is essential when it comes to exercise. Now, this morning, I got myself up and I went to the gym first thing. And what a transformation Zinzino has gone under. When I remember my first director trip and going to the gym early in the morning, there was probably 2 or 3 people. It was quite nice. Today was really irritating because you couldn't get on any equipment. The place was packed with Zinzino people first thing in the morning. And I can say, well done to all of you. And so it's a joy because more people are being more active for more of the time. And then there's this concern, well, if we stop inflammation, are we going to compromise our benefits of exercise? And that's effectively what he was asking me. The answer is no. We teach textbook inflammation curves. So we say, here's the exercise, inflammation goes up, over 72 hours it comes down, and the person is ready to exercise again. What a waste of time that would be. Imagine an elite athlete who could only train once every 3 days. Imagine for us, non-elites, imagine if we only exercised once every 3 or 4 days. And I know there are some people going, that would be the dream. I wish. You'll get there. The reality is that the minute we get inflammation under control, what happens is restoration. That's the bit we want to get to. That's the bit that makes us stronger. That's the bit that makes us more resilient. And that's true when it comes to our health too. Unchecked inflammation is not helping the situation. We want to control that situation. And it starts with the olive oil. And that takes us into this. And again, there's far more, but now we start to look at the pathways. So what I want you to imagine is earlier on, I asked you to take a deep breath. We did 2. And hopefully that was a little bit calming. And you breathed in and you held it. So we get a higher level of oxygenation. And then we let that breath out. And we start to control and we shift from one type of nervous system to another. And we could actually explain this on deeper and deeper levels as we go into diffusion and we go into chemical exchange and we start to look at different types of neuroinhibitor and activator and what's really happening. There's a lot going on. There always is. And that's the truth here. So what you have here is the olive oil is literally going straight into the situation and starting to calm everything down. Now that's really good when it comes to the context of balance oil because what it means is that olive oil is the spearhead. That goes in first, starts to control the situation. Not only is it encapsulating, protecting the omega-3, but it's actually making the situation better. I am drawing your attention to this because the quality of the olive oil is a game changer. It is hugely important. And I'm going to make this as clear as day, especially for people from the DACH region, because we all know there's a company who likes to copy what we do, but in a far more inferior way, who say the olive oil doesn't matter. If it doesn't matter, why'd you put it there? You only say the olive oil doesn't matter because the one you use is rubbish. And actually, the olive oil makes a huge difference. And that's why we are so focused on the quality and the integrity and the polyphenol count of the olive oil we use. We only ever want the best because that's the spearhead. And it makes a huge difference. So to all the DACH people, I know you put up with this a lot, and for everyone else, it starts here. Olive oil is the beginning of the magic that takes place. Then we start to get into what people think we want to talk about. And now we're going to look at that EPA and that DHA, okay? And they actually become structural components of the cell. Now you are, I am, all of us, a collection of approximately 37 trillion cells. And the quality of each and every single one of those cells determines the quality of you in every single process that takes place. And so there is a communication effect between cells. There is a messaging effect so that the cells play their part, whether they're a brain cell or a lung or a heart or a kidney or a spleen or whatever it is. But there is also the cell itself. It's the integrity of the cell, the structural component. How good is that? Because if that's the stuff you're made of, surely you want that to be the best stuff there is. Yes? 4 people think that that's a good idea. Okay, I've got 12 minutes to convince the rest of you. That's what you're made of. Imagine if I was a house builder and I was putting together your next property, your dream house that you're going to move into. And I say, to build your house, I'm going to need 300,000 bricks. But only 2 of them need to be any good. The rest of them, I'm not that bothered. How would you feel? Would you be really happy? Go, brilliant, you're the man for me, Col. Go and build that amazing house that I'm going to live in. Let's hope there's never a storm. You want each and every single one of your cells to be robust, resilient, active, dynamic, malleable, so that we can get good nutrition in, we can get waste products out. And why? Because the future you, the cells of tomorrow, rely on the investment you make in your cells today. Because everything is a copy of what happened before. You are like an inbuilt photocopier. It's copy, repeat, copy, repeat, copy, repeat. So when we start to make one cell optimized, we make 2 cells, 4 cells, 8 cells, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 37 trillion. And this determines the quality of who and what you are. They also act then as these precursors to information. Now, you might not know this, but you will after today, and you can feel free to put this through your favorite AI and all the rest of it, but you're not a thing. You might think you're a thing, but you're actually a collection of processes. So what's going on really beneath the skin and within the skin are tons and tons and thousands of different processes that are taking place. And just the way now, if I went over there and I whispered a word, and I asked her to whisper that word to the next person, to the next person, to the next person, to the next person, how clearly I state that first word determines whether or not the person right at the back over there repeats the word I said. So communication within the body has to reach lots of different places. And we want communication to be effective and efficient and clear and intact. And this is one of the vital roles that omega-3 plays. It's a facilitator of incredible positive controlling inflammation. The reason why I fell in love with omega-3 a long time before I'd heard of Zinzino was because of this. Omega-3 is the uber ultimate first super sports performance supplement in the world. Because it tells the body to build muscle. When you do exercise, the body wants to repair. If you exercise really well, the body will go, we need to be better than this. If you exercise well and you take omega-3, you will make yourself a superhuman. Promise you. I'll write that check now. It's true. It's true. I'm 53, very proud of that. Got lots of gray hair and I wear glasses. But I can run faster now than I could 30 years ago. It's true. Am I anything special? Not at all. I do the basics. If you've bought into the idea that now that you're 30, or now that you're 40, or now that you're 50, or now that you're 60, and age, and this aches, and that aches, and you can't do, the only person you're proven right is yourself, and you're both wrong. Physiologically, from the age of 21, 22, up until around about 66, 67, there's barely any difference. If you're going slower, that's on you. If you're not as strong anymore, that's on you. If you've got pain, that's on you. It's the decisions you make. Do you want to know a really great decision that can help you with all of those? Take BalanceOil every single day. And it will enable you to be a better version. This mTOR pathway that you see here, so I'm equipping you with some of the scientific language, is important. We'll talk about it a lot over the years. It's important here. It's pro-anabolic, helps you to build muscle. Phycosi works on the mTOR pathway, helps you to maintain and build muscle. There are lots of things that we do. There's a reason why muscle maintenance is important to every single person in this room. And it's simple. The number one influencer of your quality of life as you get older is your physical independence. How well you can get up out of a chair, go about your activities of life, go shopping, go and have coffee with a friend, go for a walk up a hill, do all those things. And that relies on the preservation of muscle mass. If you want to lose weight, you need muscle mass. If you want to be functionally strong, you need muscle mass. And in order to do that, there's a bit more to it than just taking protein. And the bit more to it is to consume this. This is why sports organizations all over the world have been working on the omega-3 key for so long. And the fact is, we have the key, and we also know how to open every single lock. Right. Now let's get back to the incorporation in cell membranes. So we've gone from this architecture, we've improved the cell, we're going to copy those cells, we're building better muscles. So where do we go next? Well, now what happens is we start to change the phospholipid layers. And this is where we start to go into that notion of where we can get better nutrition in and we can get waste products out. So we have healthy, vibrant, active cells that are self-regulating and playing an important part in overall health. So I want you to think none of this is magic potion. None of this is just drink this and that gets fixed. All of this is an essential component of human biology. All of this is literally rewriting the blueprint of your DNA and your genetic expression, because you are making sure that every single part of the canvas that you want to paint your life's picture on is the best it can possibly be. So we've got better cells, we're changing the layer, we can get more nutrition in, and then we start to enable those better conversations. So these are converted in the body when there is a sufficient amount of them, okay? They include resolvins, they've got protectants in there, they've got different components that are all going to start to fill different gaps in the send and the receive response that the whole body builds itself around. So they start to then have a conversation or play part in a conversation that is about your immune response and your immune activity. And they do that in two really clever ways. Number one is they say to your immune system, it's okay, not everything's a threat. You can calm down a little bit. So you take stress off the immune system. And number two, when there is a problem, if you get a cough or a cold or something more severe, they enable better response from the immune system. So they're helping the immune system to stay resilient and calm and watchful, and they're also helping it to rev up and go faster when the case calls upon. And how do they resolve inflammation? Hands up in the room. If any of you, by a doctor or a scientist or somebody just being deliberately awkward, has asked you in a conversation, yeah, well, how does it do that? No one, not one person has been asked that. You're all liars. Because I could go around this room and point out people who've come to me and said, such and such asked me this. What is it really that's happening? Well, here's the answer anyway, okay? So it's a normal response. Inflammation is a normal response. That's the part omega-6 plays, is to get your body ready. But resolution is also the key aspect of what happens. And for too many people, there is no resolution because there is insufficient amount of omega-3 and an insufficient amount of those polyphenols. So what you get is pro-inflammatory signals left unchecked with no completion. So it's a song that never stops playing. It's a book with no end of chapters. And the problem is it's a terrible song and it's a book that you hate. So you want to close both off. And that's where omega-3 comes in. And what does it do? It enables you to be ready, to be restored, and it empowers you to go again. And so this is the dynamic role and interaction that EPA and DHA combined have. There are people in the world who only sell an EPA product, and there are people in the world who only sell a DHA product, and what they're missing out on when they do that is something that we call synergy. They enable each other. And they are better and far more functional and far more effective when they are bound together. We are heading towards the end of this technical part here, and this now is really to give you key, bite-sized takeaways that you can repeat anywhere you like. So that competition with it, because for us it's all about balance, it's about ratio, it's about that getting people to 3 to 1. So what is this competition? Well, here's the magic part, and you must have been asked this. Someone must have said, so, if I don't change my diet, but I just start taking this, you're telling me that's going to correct the ratio. But what if I've got way too much omega-6? Has anyone ever said that to you? Yeah, more people gaining confidence, speaking out loud. By the end of the week, you'll all be jumping off your seats and high-fiving and cheering. Because omega-3 is more influential when there is a certain amount of it present within the cell. It controls more of what goes on. And we can measure that by the total level. So here's a test for you all. First of all, hands up if you've ever sold BalanceOil to somebody. There are genuinely people who haven't put their hands up. So well done on making it to direct a trip without ever selling BalanceOil. That in itself deserves a round of applause. So, when there is a sufficient amount of omega-3, what is the level that we're looking for? And you get this in your test report. Where's the threshold? That's the ratio? 8%. So we know there's a certain threshold, and once we get above it, omega-3 becomes more dominant, and it starts to control the place, okay? So it's not about whether or not it's this or this. There will always be more omega-6, but once we have a sufficient amount of omega-3, it's going to start to exact its control and start to say what needs to happen. It's going to control those parameters. And we shift the biochemical balance. That's the key part of this, is we move things across. Higher levels of EPA and DHA reduce the substrate availability for pro-inflammatory. So it's two things. It is pro-anti-inflammatory, and it reduces the amount of pro-inflammatories. So it's working on two pathways at the same time. And what happens is you shift your whole body towards resolving. What is the single most powerful thing we can all do when it comes to allowing our body to recover and restore itself and reshape itself? Sleep. But if we're not in the right state before we sleep, then the sleep itself becomes compromised and we never fully restore. What we do here is we shift the parameters so that we are in a pro-resolving state, so that every night you go to bed, you have the opportunity to recover. So that every day you wake up, you have the opportunity to live the day again and take something from the day by giving something to the day, by being physically active, by doing some exercise, by having 20 phone calls when you thought you'd only have 10, by being optimistic, by being ambitious, by being an ambassador for someone who shows that life can be done better, lived at a faster rate, and be 100% more fulfilling. And what enables you to do that? BalanceOil. 100% BalanceOil. Here's my last slide. There's a summary of everything that I've tried to discuss with you. The key thing I want you to remember is there is more to this than this. Imagine the start of a conversation with the person next to you and the first few words that you would choose. And then imagine that you're going to selectively choose every single word that you can possibly think of that will make that person next to you feel better, more empowered, more thriving, more likely to go out and do something phenomenal with their life. That's what happens at a biological level every time you take a sip of that stuff we call BalanceOil. It has no equal. There is nothing like it out there. You have your hands on the best. If you don't have the confidence in that, speak to me this week and I'll make sure that by the time you get back on your flight, you 100% do. Thank you for listening. I hope it was useful. I hope it was helpful. I will see you around all week. Stay well. Thank you very much.
The guy that simplifies the science. How lucky are we to have him? Another round of applause for Dr. Colin Robertson.
So, just a bit on the itinerary. Tomorrow, there's been a slight change. We've got a high energy HIIT session with Jacob, and it's not by the main pool. They've moved it to Sunset Gardens, which is where the welcome drinks were last night. Then we have conference from 1 p.m. till 6. Guys, please keep good time. Then we have breakout sessions. So we've got Michael Stuttler, we've got Andy Dooley. Yeah. We have Danella Mankard. And we have Abe Nelson. There's no need to register, guys. So if you just choose your breakout session and just turn up. Then at dinner tomorrow night, that's just your free time with your teams.
Then guys, on Wednesday morning, we have Running with Dr. Colin Robertson. Guys, it's about showing up, it's about making an effort, it's not about your fastest time. That will be at 7:30 in the pool area, and then you will have the activities of your choice. I have some really important information about the volleyball competition. So obviously we have people who haven't arrived, and there's many people here in the crowd today who will want to take part who might not have a team. So, if you want to take part, please go and register and put a question mark next to your name. Now, if you've already been abducted by another team, which is now allowed, you can then put down the team of your choice that you are going to join. So everybody can take part. And then it's time to get your dancing shoes on and have some fun at our Studio 54 party, which is at 8 p.m. in the Sunset Garden start.
And on Thursday, we kick off at 2:30 with a Q&A with the support, logistics, marketing, IT, business development, and finance teams. Then we have conference from 3 p.m. till 6, and then it's restaurant of your choice again with your teams.
And then finally, on Friday, we have, for those of you in Leader Council, you'll be expected at 9 a.m. in the conference area. And then there is a President's Lunch at Friday, 12:30 at the front of the conference. And then it's time to get your smart glad rags on for our amazing gala dinner.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next speaker. Some people step onto a stage and you just feel their energy. Our next speaker has inspired people around the world to create value, think bigger, and grow together. As a father of 3 sons, entrepreneur and mentor, he lives the value he teaches. Together with his wonderful wife, Audrey, he has built an international community, and he continues to show what's possible when vision, passion, and heart come together. Please give a huge welcome. Let's raise the roof for Global President Sven Gobel.
We're getting the heat up a little bit, although I must say, standing back there, waiting to walk this aisle, I was just thinking about the camera behind me. That's the loophole. 300 of us have to watch that through, and I think this is a drama. It's very sad, right? So let's be a little bit significant right now. Turn around and wave into this camera to our friends watching from home who would have given everything to be here with us. We love you guys. We hope you're good. Some of them didn't show up because there was just no flights available. Some of them didn't show up because the flights were ridiculously expensive. And some of them didn't show up because they said, I cannot do that because I got a family at home. I got 3, 4 kids. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how to come back. And they didn't go. And we feel with all of these decisions, right? So we are happy to be here. We love you guys back there. We'll deliver as much value as possible. And we're going to see you definitely on the next directed trip, hopefully very soon. And hopefully without all this drama in the world, because no matter where people are right now, it's dramatic. And the worst thing is, it always hits the innocent the most. No matter which religion, no matter which culture, no matter which continent, no matter which country. So let's pray that this craziness is soon going to come to an end and the world can go back to normal. Sad. Anyways, having said that, I think us being in this wonderful, value-adding, positive, really important Zinzino bubble, understand in those times that what we do is even more important because we are adding positive value to the world. This is not about destruction, this is about the opposite, what we do. And this is important, and that's why we have to be strong in what we do and we have to stand our roles. So my subject today is from success to significance. Because no doubt everybody who's here had quite some success in Zinzino, otherwise you wouldn't be here. You have mastered successfully the job description or the tasks that would take you here to this directed trip. Now we are going to hear a lot more about leadership right now, and Hilde has just fantastically set the stage on leadership. And my speech is also all about thinking leadership, about becoming. Because that is what matters the most right now. We want to become not only successful, we want to be significant. And what the difference between success and significance really is, that is leadership. That's where you find the jump from success to significance. We've heard that before many times. One of the most important things is that we are willing to get out of our comfort zones, because the comfort zone is dangerous. Because having some success, having some decent paycheck, some even part-time, and I have a lot of people I spoke to, which is actually not normal in network marketing, they are positively surprised about their weekly and monthly check, especially when they are pretty new in the company. This is, after 35 years, a new thing to me, because usually people complain about their check. I remember one of the old running jokes in the network marketing industry. There was a position with another company, it was called sales coordinator, many years back then. And 2 sales coordinators were talking to each other. And one asked the other, hey, what did you do with your last monthly check? And he said, well, I bought some new sneakers. And he said, and what did you do with the rest of the money? Well, I borrowed that from my parents. You getting it? Yeah? It was not very funny at this time. But it made sense. Now here in Zinzino, even with the smallest check, we can buy 2 pairs of sneakers, at least. It's the opposite. It's different here, right? So that has the danger in it that we might become complacent pretty quickly. And complacency is the silent killer of everything that would come later. So we want to maintain and stay outside our comfort zone, because we have to understand that everything that took us here is not going to take us there. What made you to become an executive is not exactly what's going to make you to become a diamond. It's going to make you become a director. And then through the crown ranks, and through the ambassador ranks, and through the global president ranks, up to global president. We've done that. And I must honestly tell you, I am today, not right now, and this has nothing to do with that stage, but my current status is I am more outside my comfort zone than ever before. And I am a global president saying this to you. And sometimes it's a little bit a nasty thing to constantly feel out of your comfort zone, but you know the reward is going to be further growth, new experiences that constantly take us to another level. So I'm a guy that kind of chases being outside the comfort zone. Although you follow us on Facebook, you believe we are Mr. and Mrs. Comfort Zone. No, we are not. That's just the shop window on the display on Facebook, right? But what we do every day, how we challenge each other and ourselves, we are acting outside our comfort zone. We have huge goals and huge ambitions, and they become greater with the higher ranks even. Why? Because we know we can do it. And if we could do what we have done, we know we can do even better, probably even faster, even stronger. Wouldn't you agree? That's the mindset we need to leave this conference with. It's about becoming better, becoming stronger. Now, what happens when you grow as a leader? Leadership is equivalent to your growth. Things become a little comfort zone, uncomfortable. You will start to feel pressure. And it is the pressure and this growth that does actually unveil your leadership. The pressure is revealing you. And people react totally different on various types of pressure. Some are acting reactive, they become passive, they become defensive. Some are reacting emotional. I'm guilty of that. I'm a pretty emotional guy. When things don't go as I think they go, I can be pretty emotional, and I always feel sorry afterwards. For the ones that got that emotion from me, and for myself as well, because I exposed them to it. But that's how we work things off, right? And this is you will see a lot of weakness in these slides. Some of you should probably take photos of these slides, because there's at least one slide today for you that you should make a poster and hang it in your living room. One of it at least. And all my weaknesses are in these slide stacks as well. And one of it is being emotional under pressure. But what we should actually be under pressure, we should be crystal clear and calm. Because what happens is people sense in times of growth and in times of according pressure, people sense how we react. They have an extremely good measure to their uplines, their business partners, even the corporate executives' temperature. They sense that. And they want to follow the clear, calm, and structured ones rather than the crazy emotional ones, or rather than the defensive ones, who always defend whenever they get something told to them which they don't like. Defense mode is the weakest. Emotional is second weakest. Calmness is key. Now, what's also important is when you become this growing, calm leader, it is expensive. It is important that you are getting out of the way over time and do not try and attempt to pull everything towards yourself. I have a lot of leaders in my team, and I'm very grateful to all my leaders, but they have that nourishing component to their leadership, which means that whatever problem happens wherever in their team, they jump right in and make it theirs, because they feel the guilt of having to help at this moment. Now, this does two things. First of all, it looks like a generous move, right? But what it does actually, it takes responsibility from your people and it makes them stay weak, because people only grow from solving their own problems. So sometimes we got to think about one sentence probably, which I use in my coachings a lot, and this is a very simple one, and this is, don't do things for your downline they can't do for themselves. Yeah? Oh yeah, Jimmy is happy now. He says, oh, I was just waiting for that one. I love it. Thanks, my friend. Yeah, it takes so much work from me. No, it doesn't take work from you. What it does is you focus if they take on responsibility, because responsibility equals power and power equals success, right? If you give responsibility to your upline to someone else, guess what's going to happen? They might even not know that you gave them the responsibility. Nothing's going to happen, and you are hopeless and helpless because you've given it away. So if you pull it back to yourself, you get into a situation where you can say, okay, I don't like it, but I will solve it. And what you create with that is independence. Because if you want to build a legacy kind of business, you got to act independent. Many, many years back, I have kind of started to work and see my downline success and my various groups. I treat it like a project in a traditional business. And if you run a project in a traditional business, when it's new and when it's in the growth phase, it needs brutal attention of yourself. But hopefully one day, you get things in place. You know, you got the training, you got the education, you got the responsibility part, you see leaders growing. That's where you don't play Mother Teresa for them anymore. You got to just get away and see how they do. It's the same thing like with your kids. You cannot prevent everything from your kids. They got to make their experiences. That's what's important. That's why I feel it's offensive when people say, oh, I love my upline. She's always there for me. I wouldn't like to hear that. If somebody tells me this about the upline, I call the upline and say, hey, you have a problem. They think you are their savior for everything. They will call you whenever something becomes uncomfortable. And you're probably the kind of leader that keeps people inside their comfort zone because you will take over their comfort zone and make it uncomfortable for you, not for them. Make it uncomfortable for them because that's where the growth lies. One more thing I learned a lot about, sometimes you get these kind of words, and I get to a few more, but one of the things that I learned from my experience in these 34 years too late was standards. We all want to rise, we all got to be better, and if we want to do that, we got to improve our standards. So let me share a story with you when it's about standards, because standards is not what you do every day. The how-tos are not the standards. The standards is who you are and the identity people see from that outside picture you give them, because that creates the attraction that made people want to work with you. They don't want your brain, they don't want your skill set, they don't want all your knowledge because they can't duplicate that anyway. What they want is your attraction factor, because you know you are a magnet, their people will love and they will join their team. They can use you in a much better way. It's not your brain, it's your standards people look at, your identity, because that's created by the standards. So I remember many years back, over 20 years, I had a downline in Sweden. And we were traveling around, you know, it was the offline days. And he had that horrible old Chrysler van. Okay, this old bus. And it was super messy. You know, when you got in the morning, there were kind of Starbucks cup around the aisle and papers and stuff. It was, I don't know. And I know one afternoon for a meeting, we were driving south. And it was a sunny day in Sweden. And when you drive down south on a sunny day in Sweden and you sit on the passenger seat when the air condition doesn't work, you know how hard this is. And to make it even worse, what the car had, although it was so old, it already had a seatbelt sound system. You know a seatbelt sound, what it means? When you don't put on the seatbelt sound, it goes like bing, 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 bing. The problem with that car was, although you had the seatbelt on, this sound would never stop. So we were driving for 4 hours with the sun coming on my suit, heat, no air condition, and a constant seatbelt sign on. Man, this was psychological terror. And we had an important meeting ahead of us these days on that night. In the middle of the drive, I was getting crazy. I said to my friend, I hate your car. And he was super offended because kind of, how can you say that? You know, we haven't made much money yet, you know, kind of, he felt offended. And yes.
And I said, listen, I don't like that sun on my side here all the time. I don't like that your air condition doesn't work. I don't like that your seatbelt sign doesn't go off. But that's what it is. What I really hate about your car is how messy it is. I don't want to sit in this bloody mess. I understand you can't afford a better car at this moment. It's your standard. But why does an old car have to be messy? Explain me. Good. We had a conversation about that. Next morning, we had to leave for another city, and we left at 8 o'clock. I came to the car, walked in, and it was cleaned up. Before 8, completely. It was vacuumed, there was no mess anymore. Well, seatbelt system, no air condition, still the same, but it was clean. We were driving, and I smiled at him and said, thanks for cleaning up this car. He said, welcome. I said to him, how does it feel? He says, it actually feels good. In which way? He said, my energy is better. I feel better. It's a better environment, more clear, more structured. And I said, what do you think? Is this going to have a positive effect on today's meeting or a negative effect on today's meeting? And he said, it's going to have a positive effect. And it did. I said, great. Since we went down this path now, let's talk about something else. I asked him another question. I said, if you're invited to a friend's wedding, what would you wear? He said, oh, to a wedding, probably a suit or a tuxedo. And I said, okay. So tell me what's more important to you, somebody else's wedding or your own future? He looked at me, thought for a while, and said, I know what you want to tell me. I said, yes. From there on, like me, he was in suit. Back then, 20 years, it was super important to wear a suit. Today, we can be a little more cooled down and more relaxed. But back then, 20 years, if you want to do business, you had to have a suit. Can't go in jeans and jacket. I said, great. Now, when you do a presentation, do you have everything sorted out? Because his briefcase looked like an overloaded post box with all the papers in and scratched and torn and stuff. And I said, look, you have never chance for a second impression. There's no second chance for the first impression, I told him. Let's work on this. And so we worked together, and he was not offended, and he liked that. And it was, as you can see, all about the standards. And it had not much to do with the business. It was about himself, rising his standard, which money is never an excuse for, or no money. It's never an excuse for high standards. But let me tell you guys a secret. The first thing people will notice in you as a change is when you alter your behavior and you improve your standards. And it can be the small things in life, because little things matter. And rising their standards never has a negative effect. Because if you don't rise your standard, you fall to what you normalize. And then you are surprised why it doesn't work. And then you can hear as many as how-to trainings as you want. Nothing's going to change for you. Because people don't reflect on the how-tos. They reflect on your risen identity. Very important as a leader. And this is what wealth does. Wealth does follow identity. It doesn't follow efforts. Yes, we need the efforts, of course. We don't want to be lazy. But what wealth does, it follows certain standards. And you can't change everything at the same time. That's not important, right? But you can play a concept called one simple change. Pick one change you see for yourself which you want to raise your standard in, and then practice that change for at least 1 month. And then it becomes normal, and you've raised it. And then you pick your next standard you want to rise, and do it for another month. And you do that for 12 months, and I tell you, in 1 year, you are a different person with at least 3 more ranks in Zinzino. So important. Hilde talked about clarity. I'm not going to go so much deeper into this, but what we need is clarity, because without clarity, we cannot lead, we cannot motivate, we don't know what we are doing. Clarity is key. Motivation is a short-term thing. It comes from the outside, but inner clarity is actually what drives your success. Now, another word next to standards I learned too late, and it's probably the most important of all, is culture. We don't really know what that means, because there's not much written in network marketing, how-to books and guides on how to build a huge downline and all this kind of stuff. Culture is something that we feel, that we are attracted by, but we cannot really grasp it. You know, but it's yet so extremely important. So when we are in Zinzino growing so incredibly fast as we do right now, and we have all that success, to turn this into significance, we have to become good leaders who honor the culture of Zinzino. Because once you lost that culture that is formed here, that is what attracts the people to Zinzino, you will see it is very hard to reinstall. And it doesn't collapse loudly. It collapses very slowly and silently through little mistakes repeated over quite a lot of time. And this doesn't only count for us here, it counts for the company the same way. You know, we all have to raise our standards. We all have to protect our culture. We all got to be better in this all the time. And let's talk about the elephant in the room, because culture is kind of a unified behavior, unified thinking, unified agreement. And now we grow so fast, so we bring a lot of people into the game that have to learn about the culture first. Now, when they start scaling, building, dashing through the ranks, before they have embraced the culture, they might take a wrong turn. And that might have a very bitter end for them. And I can say that because, you know, we are becoming a little bit patchworky with all the groups that are now joining Zinzino. We are growing so fast, we have whole organizations coming from other companies. We have whole other companies coming from other companies to us, right? All these acquisitions. And I was one of the first acquisitions here in Zinzino. But, you know, knowing about culture, looking back, I think we were lucky to make one smart decision. And the smart decision we made when we went into Zinzino, from day one, us and the leaders made sure that this is Zinzino only. We spoke only Zinzino from day one. We lived only Zinzino from day one. We cherished the hero product, BalanceOil and Balance concept from day one. And everything else suddenly became super on the side. You get that? So in 2022, when this happens, we aligned with the culture of Zinzino and made sure that we had all our leaders with us, so that then we could duplicate the right behavior, the right thinking, and the right identity with these leaders. And looking back today, I think this is one of the reasons why our success story was up to this point unparalleled. Must say, thank you for that, team. Well done. But I think it was that tiny little thing about identity and culture that we implemented and installed without making any compromises. So for those of you who don't know yet, this is an important point. If you want to know more, talk to me over this week. I think that's very important. And it's so important to say it in this room, because Zinzino's culture is not made in Gothenburg. Gothenburg, that fantastic company there, that's our support vessel, right? They are there to help us to build this business, to build this company. The culture is defined by the faces to the outside, which is all of us, the leaders in this room and everyone in our teams on the global scale. Very important. That's why it's so incredibly important to make that conscious. And the director trip has one big purpose, many purposes, but one big one. And this is that we try to create this kind of consciousness in those leaders. People who are qualifiers here, they know what they are doing. Being a qualified director for the director trip, that's not a small thing. This is big, this is huge. You guys have achieved quite a bit to be here. But we are all the multiplicators of what's going to happen with this company and with all the organizations over the next years to come. So our job is to scale consciousness. We need to be mature leaders who protect the culture while we are scaling this company, and that is going to take us safely to the 500 million that Hilde talked about this year, and probably over the next 24 months to the billion. And then, also for me personally, a dream would come true. I always wanted to be part of an organization which builds a company into a $1 billion company. I've tried it 5 times in my entire career, and I'm 100% sure this time I'm going to be there when it's going to happen. Yeah, we'll write history, guys, no doubt. So the question is, and this is what I want to leave you with, when you go home, the first thought is, how can I raise my standards? How can I instill and protect the culture that we have created that makes Zinzino so different from all the other companies out there? And how can I become the best version of myself, being constantly out of my comfort zone, taking on responsibility, and become that leader many people are glad to follow for their leadership? Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sven. That was very powerful. And I think we're all ready to upgrade the quality of our leadership, right?
I think some people are already queuing, but if you are not, obviously in this room, go to the lobby, get your T-shirts ready for your activities with Jacob and Colin, and a short 20-minute break. Please be on time. See you soon.
We've come a long way since 2005. From a bold vision to a global movement. From zero to more than $300 million in revenue. But in the bigger picture, we are just getting started. The potential is enormous. In the coming decades, the omega-3 market will be worth around $200 billion. In every category, there's always one player who takes the lead and owns the space. Who will own test-based personalized nutrition? Many factors will play a role, but one thing stands above the rest. Ambition. Zinzino's ambition is grand. $1 billion in sales in the next 3 to 4 years. 20 million customers by 2035. 100 million customers by 2050. But numbers alone won't get us there. Your ambition will. Your state of being, your decision to build the life and business you once only imagined. Your desire to change people's health for the better. Your discipline to show up every single day. Even when it's tough, especially when it's tough. Ambition brought us here. Ambition will take us there.
2026 Zinzino Milestones. This is your year. Get ready to aim high, take massive action, and become the best version of yourself. Here's what's coming up. The moments that will inspire, challenge, and empower you to build an unstoppable momentum. April to June. Build your market. National events packed with recognition, workshops, and energy to skyrocket your business. Rally your team. Show up strong and create massive momentum in your home market. June 13, summer kickoff. Your summer game plan starts here. This free, high-energy virtual event will give you everything you need to stay inspired and focused through the summer, building an unstoppable momentum right into our International Emmanuel event in October, September 2 to 6. Ambassador Trip. This is the trip everyone wants to be on. Qualify to Four Seasons Hotel, Limassol, and join us for luxury, team building, leadership training, and unforgettable memories. October 23 to 25, Zinzino International Annual Event, the biggest event of the year. Bigger, better, and more spectacular than ever. Join us at X Meeting Point in Oslo for 3 days that will transform your mindset and accelerate your business. You'll experience world-class training, powerful recognition, and a community like no other, live or online. Clear your calendar, grab your tickets early, and get ready to finish 2026 at the absolute top of your game.
Just move on up toward your destination. Though you may find from time to time complication.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're all topped up on caffeine and maybe some BalanceOil as well.
Guys, the important announcement, the alteration to the breakout session, Michael Strutler will not be doing one. The great news is that he will be the final speaker on Tuesday.
So next on stage, we have one of our UK besties, and he's here to host a very special panel.
Yes, our next speaker, he drives his business with sheer passion. He is all about knowledge, simplicity, and he is also our partner in crime driving forward the UK market. He's Mr. MLM, he's Mr. Zinzino. Please raise the roof for Ambassador Dave Ives.
back. Are you ready for the second session? We're going to have a great afternoon, the next 35 minutes or so, hearing from a panel of ambassadors. But before we bring them up very quickly, I saw a lot of hands go up when those directors stood up who said they wanted to go crown. Anybody else want to move on up? So this panel is going to share some of their nuggets, their takeaways of what they've been doing through their journey in Zinzino. Do you want to hear from them? Let's run the video and introduce today's panel.
Hello.
Good job, buddy. Step. Gotta watch out for this one. Grab a seat, guys, ladies and gents. Let's kick off. We're going to start with the lady first, I think.
Okay.
And then we'll come back to you. But look at the spread of ages. Don't you love that? Don't you love that? We can all have some nuggets, no matter what our age is. I think it's brilliant.
Dave,
What do you mean?
we're going to start with me, and then you start talking about ages.
I'm starting from there, working our way through.
Careful.
I'm with you, Carla. I'm with you. So, but Carla, you know, you were one of the very first people that when I looked at Zinzino stood out for me because you were right at the front. And when I got to hear your story about the longevity in the business, one of the things I think you'll be more qualified to speak about is, you know, success, not just in Zinzino, but in life, I guess, requires consistency. And consistency doesn't mean you're just going to be consistent when things are good, but when life throws a curveball, maybe, personally or actually in business, whatever it may be. So share a little bit with the audience why the importance of consistency rather than the environment really affecting their consistency. Because you've been on that journey.
Well, I think in my 15 years of experience, one of the things that I know for sure is the thing that's going to kill your business the most is inconsistency. That start and stop. You know, they talk about how much energy it takes to get a plane off the ground. And if you're stopping, that's a lot of energy you're putting into your business. Now, it just does take consistency, and people say, well, how do you get consistency? I think you can learn it in 1 second. It's a decision. You need to decide that no matter what, you're going to do it. And the decision comes easy when, like Hilda and Sven actually said, you have clear visions. You know that you know that you know you're going to do this, and you're going to do it no matter what. So if your ship gets off course, well, you reset the sail. So those of you who do know my story, I've had some setbacks. I was thrown off course. And I remember thinking to myself, I've seen too many partners of Zinzino that when something happened and they were gone for a while, they many times didn't come back. And I'm thinking, okay, that can't be me. I'm off course, I am struggling, but I need to set a minimum of what I'm going to do no matter what. Because my goals didn't change. My dreams didn't change. The vision I had for where I wanted to be in Zinzino didn't change. So I had to make that decision saying, no matter what, I'm going to build this. And you just continue to move forward each and every time.
You know, I mean, from a business perspective, maybe just give an example, one quick example in business, that where you could have let your activity drop because of challenges, but you made that decision to continue and plow through.
Okay, this is going to be a personal one because that's how I am. I don't mind being vulnerable. The week my grandma's funeral was, they said, your mom probably isn't going to make it. And my husband at the time wanted a divorce in that week altogether. And I had my weekly live meeting with Dr. Paul. Did I want to do that? I wanted to crawl under the covers and just cry. But I knew I needed to do that. And actually, that meeting went amazing. And it's like one of the biggest views I've had, because it ended up on my YouTube channel. And right after that call, I got a call from Art Jonak himself, and he said, wow, Carla, you were on point. That was one of the best interviews. And I'm like, let me tell you what happened this week. And he was shocked. But I had made the decision that I can't let anything get me off course. Life is always going to happen. Life is always going to get in the way. And sometimes I think it's actually positive that you have all the struggles, because it's the struggles that develop the perseverance, and the perseverance that develops the character. And to build this big, to be one of the biggest leaders, you need to have that character, that Zenzino character that you saw up here with Orion and Hilda and Sven, those kind of people. That's posture, that's character. And every one of those struggles, if you're thankful for them and you keep your focus on where you're going and just move your feet forward, sooner or later, you're going to get there.
Thank you. Thank you. Sasha, you've always inspired not just me, but many people in the room, you know, the age that you started your career. But I witnessed last night with my own very eyes the older Silver Fox generation, the Art Napolitanos, myself, and asking, how do we get into the Gen Z? How do we get into the Gen Z? So we're waiting to hear from you. So I want to ask you, teach someone like me, what are you doing to really explode your Gen Z community?
I mean, I think Zenzino can give Gen Z something they're desperately looking for, or let's say craving for. I got a question for everyone in this room. Be honest, who thinks that Gen Z is lazy and spoiled? Hands up. Because I get the feeling that many people have this belief about Gen Z, and I can somehow understand it. Because, yeah, maybe they seem a little bit lazy. Maybe they seem not motivated to go to a job. Maybe it is because they never had problems with getting food or having a roof over the top. And now you could say, okay, maybe that's a negative thing because they never experienced to really fight for the most important things in their life, just to survive. But maybe it's also a positive thing, because maybe it's not anymore for humanity, for this generation, about surviving, but maybe now it's the next step for humanity with the generation. It's about making an impact. It's about bringing humanity forward. It's about doing something of meaning. So I truly believe just earning money is not what drives Gen Z or what brings them into something. I really believe Gen Z, they're craving for a business or job with meaning. And if we look at Zenzino, I mean, there are a few companies out there that changed our whole society. Amazon is a household name, changed how we live. Apple is a household name, changed how we live. And Netflix is a household name, changed how we live. So what if Zenzino becomes such a big name and a household name? How would they change our society? What's the meaning behind it? I can remember when I was 10 years old, I was visiting my grandfather in the hospital. He was 57 and end stadium of cancer. And I started crying. He woke up and asked my mother, why am I crying? She said, because Sasha is fearful for you. And my grandfather said, oh, he doesn't have to be. Everything will be fine again. Few days later, age 57, he died on cancer. And it was already back then, being 10 years, that I understood the importance of preventive health, of giving the consciousness to the people out there. If you look at the numbers, 7 out of 10 deaths are on illnesses. 19 out of 20 people don't feel really healthy. More and more children already having health problems. But what would happen if Zenzino would become a household name, would be in every single home? What if it was normal for society, it's a culture in our society, to do a test at least once a year to check your health preventively? I don't know about bigger meanings than that for our society. So maybe give that Gen Z. Don't just talk about earning money, that's good, but they have so many different possibilities. Trading, social media agency, dropshipping, and so on, to earn money. But they don't have that many opportunities to really do something of significance and give them the thing they're really craving for, a meaning with the job they do.
Sasha, I haven't prepared you for this, right? I haven't prepared you for this because you obviously shared that, but I want you to maybe give me an example of how you approach a Gen Z, right? Because let me give you a real life scenario. My son, okay? 20 years young, 6'6", plays volleyball internationally. I cannot get him to look at anything outside of what he's passionate about until he sees a volleyball player in the ambassadors who takes the product. What would you do to approach my son? I know you weren't prepared for this, but
a lot of parents ask me, Sasha, I got a son, I got a daughter, I want to bring him to Cincino. And if I think about my own mother, I love my mother, but if she tells me to do something, I don't do it. So maybe don't tell your own kids to do Cincino. Maybe share them my Instagram profile or someone else who is young and who is inside of Cincino. Tell them, hey, I know I'm your mother, I'm your dad. Do you want to see from someone else who is your age, who is part of this business? And maybe use this strategy first to get them interested in this.
When are you coming to the UK next? No, I was going to have him invite all his friends and invite you to an in-home presentation.
I learned to not make promises I can't keep.
Thank you. Matthias, you know, I got the opportunity to listen to you speak a few weeks ago in Dubai. And of course, our thoughts and prayers with everyone there. But I was taken back by just your passion and your motivation and your eye of the tiger sort of posture on stage. And so I want to ask you, I mean, you come from a police background, so discipline, but how have you transferred that into this business, your business? And how do you stay hungry? How do you stay motivated? I mean, give me an idea of what drives you on a daily basis that's helped you achieve ambassador very, very quickly.
So for me, a motivated team or a hungry team isn't about pushing the team. It's more about 3 simple steps I implemented into my business, into my team, because it's our identity as a leader. The second step is you need the commitment of the people who are going with you. And the third step, it is the process behind these action steps. So the first part is the identity, it starts with us. So I can't expect that a person into my team is motivated, that he stay hungry if I'm not motivated and hungry. So we as a leader, we have to believe in ourselves. We have to believe in the vision of this company, Cincino, and we have to believe in the team. Because if I'm not confident with our goals, where we're going, why should my team going with me and follow our mission? And I think this is one of the important steps that we as a leader step up and staying hungry, staying motivated, because with our identity, we create belief. And if we believe in our team, they believe in themselves. And the second step, we need the commitment, as I said, and we implemented an easy 4-step framework to get the commitment of the team. It's about, Cincino gives us so great tools. We have, for example, the back office. I only have a check month, top 50 downline, and see, okay, there is my partner who want to reach a new rank, so I'm asking, hey, Maria, I saw you are next to your new rank. The second step is, do you want to reach this rank? If she say yes, okay, we go deeper into this. Hey, Maria, do you want my help? That's the third step. And after this, she is saying yes. Now it's my task, it's my responsibility to help her fulfill her dreams, her goals. So it is not about pushing, it is about giving the people, helping them develop themselves to a better version. And yes, the third step is, if we make now in the fourth part this meeting, it's about the process. The plan, do, check, adjust. And this is for me just making a plan, going into action, especially in the beginning. It's so important that we don't tell the people, we have to act with the people, so do it with them until they are confident enough to make it by themselves. And then we have to reflect, because most people don't reflect. They're thinking, okay, it doesn't work, but they don't have a look into the skills. Why doesn't work this invitation, this presentation? And if you make this reflect part, you can make a small adjustment and repeat. Plan, do, check, adjust, until every one of your team reach a goal. And this is for me the best motivation. If someone of my team reach a goal, I'm motivated too. So this is everything we need.
Brilliant. You know, and many of you may have heard these little phrases before, but Mattis actually handled two phrases that I've heard over and over again repeatedly. One by my sponsor, Marco Passanante, that is, look in your back office, look who's close, give them a call, ask them, do they want it? Do you want, basically asking for permission. But once they've asked for permission, then you go to work for them. But they've got to go work for it as well, right? Match their commitment. And of course, then Orions always do plan, do, check, and adjust. I mean, this is an ambassador underneath a president, underneath a president, underneath a global president, doing the same thing on a weekly basis, doing the basics over and over again. Brilliant job. Now, this man is a serious man, as if you're falling in love with Nikolai Rude. But, you know, Nikolai was, again, the gentleman who picked me up from the airport when I first came to take a look and went to Orion and Hilda's home. Just a servant-driven individual. Just happens to put me in a car, drive Marco and I to the founder's home. And I'm not an Instagram man, but I was looking at some of the stuff, and he just looked like he was living the life anyway. Right? He had already arrived, he had already made it. And in the last 6 years that I've been in the business, I've just watched you grow. I've just seen you travel the world, and I've seen you get engaged. Congratulations. And happy birthday for yesterday.
Thank you.
So, and if you actually look at your social media, you look like you're living the life that you've arrived. So if you're living a life that many are sort of aspiring to, share maybe what you do to maybe reignite your passion, right? Because you've just ranked advanced. So there must have been something there that triggered you. So share maybe, because we're all going to go through that if we haven't done. I know I most definitely have. How do you get reignited? And how do you get, not just in the business, because the business is simple. How do you get passionate again about the business to move your business on?
So how I proposed, or what do you mean?
Not the proposal. You're definitely marrying up like most men in this room.
10 plus years in Encino. You get some experience, I would say. And Peter Sørensen said something very easy at the last Leader Council call. Being lazy, it's the easiest thing in the world. A week goes, a month goes, years suddenly goes. New trip, another trip. You meet dog's eyes. He doesn't say anything. You don't say anything. Both knows. You get a call. The phone call. Orion. He said some kind things, but in my head it was like, stop wasting your potential. And doing a restart, it's good. Finding a new mission that gives you passion, so you become that magnet again, is important. Because when I started in this profession in 2010, 16 years ago, my passion was different than today. It was cars and watches, the nice suit, everything. Now I don't care almost. It's nice to have, but it's not so important anymore. So doing the rebirth or restart of yourself, everyone does it once a year, but more often it's actually quite good. And for me it was more about taking a step back, seeing the bigger picture. What am I a part of? What is actually this profession doing with us? And for me, it took a long time before I kind of opened the fourth door, no, third door, maybe it's 4 doors, I don't know yet. But number one, we're learning. And then we're hopefully earning.
And then the third one is returning. So every new thing, or every new person, they're learning stuff. We learn stuff all the time, you know, this weekend and everything. And at some point, you get a good check, you smile. Maybe you spend everything on yourself. I did in the beginning at least. And then at some point, you understand there's a next level. Giving back, either to your family, paying a dinner for your team, giving your experience to your team, just returning whatever you learned along the way. And something happens when you put yourself into an environment with like-minded people like yourself. You meet people that inspires you from stage sometimes. You can meet people on your same level, or you're a director as well, you can discuss. And you also have people that can learn from you. And all those three types of people give you as a human being a lot, much more than we can put a price tag on. And I think it's important to understand that all of us will go through kind of setbacks. And I think it's important then to take a step back and prepare for the comeback. But most of us, it's just a phone call away.
Very good. I love that return. I love that. Good job. Now, we were due to have 6 panelists, but obviously with a number of people unable, so these get another shot at the cherry. They're going to share another nugget. Okay, so let's start with Carla. And it's funny that we were sort of navigating about what to share, and Sven really hit on a lot of this today. But I know a lot of people probably are seeing what's happening. I mean, the company is in growth. And there's a lot of things happening, acquisitions happening, new ranks being created organically and acquisitions, and it's exciting times. But I know you've been around a long time, so you've seen where they were, where we are today, and the vision of Orion and Hilda. And I just want to touch on one thing about reigniting. One of the things that got me excited, or being reignited, was the company's vision, the market's vision, and how we need to be part of that vision. And sometimes that's beyond the money. It's about the impact in the market. So, Carla, share a bit about what you've seen, what you've been experiencing, feeling, and why you're excited about what's coming. But how consistency plays a part in this transitional period for you and your organization and the market that you're in. And just share a little bit about that vision for you, where you're going with your organization, and how to be conscious, though, of some of the dynamics that have evolved or changing.
You know, you did start again with, you've been around for a long time. You're still pushing that a little bit.
You get the golden, that's a credit to you.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think there's been a lot of changes, and I think it depends on your mindset of change. Because with a lot of companies coming to Zinzino, things feel sometimes a little bit different. And it feels a little bit odd, and you know, sometimes people don't always remember all the facts or what's going on, but they remember the feeling of the meeting. And I remember actually last year this time, we had one of the first companies in the US that we were kind of merging with. And it was a strange feeling to like go to the meeting and we're like, part Zinzino, and at that time it was part Zervita. And we were a little apprehensive about some of the things at that time, but I had this feeling of, you know, when you go to a family wedding, and you know, there's always the bride's side and the groom's side, and that's kind of what it was like. We had, you know, and you don't know what kind of craziness you're marrying into, but we got to meet them, we got to feel the kind of people they are. And oh my word, when Doc talks about that they are very particular and conscious, and they've spent time in their corporate, their people, their culture, and how they blend with us, it was like a marriage that just clicked. The family clicked. And I feel that now on my calls where I've interviewed Truvi, I've interviewed Sankey, and I'm like, these are incredible people. So even though sometimes it feels a little different and there's all these other products and stuff, as Sven said, and we have a core line of products, and when people really see that, we're all on the same mission. And so that feeling of consistency, that feeling of we're going to build this together, we're going to build it, and we're going to build it even faster. And so don't ever take that feeling, because if you rely on feelings, feelings can deceive you. So keep that vision on where we're going, and if your vision gets a little cloudy, well, adopt Orion and Hilda's vision. I want to go to 1 million customers, and I just adopted V because she wants 1 million customers. So I'm like, I'm going to do the same thing then. And we all together, it just, all these other companies build up extra momentum. And so we need to be those leaders that get us to that 100 million. So borrow Orion and Hilda's vision and say, okay, we're going to go that way. And again, just follow the vision. Follow where you want to go. And if you just, it doesn't matter what marathon you enter, if you just put one foot in front of the other, you will always cross the line. We will get to 1 million customers. I'm not in doubt we'll get to 20 million, we'll get to 100 million customers, because that's the goal they set, and we're going to keep putting one foot in front of the other until we get there. No matter what.
Sasha, I hate putting this question on you, but I'm sure you're more than adequate of handling it. I mean, it's great to have Gen Z, the energy, the excitement and everything else. But from someone in that era, what do you see now? You've got 3-4 years under your experience. What do you see that Gen Z may have to confront, be challenged with being Gen Z, that I would never have to confront?
Yeah, so I can just talk out of my own experience and from the talks I had with young people that the biggest challenge they see with Sensino is getting customers. Because, I'm 20, I only have young friends, they don't invest that much money into health. And maybe if you're 50, you know more people with health problems and people who want to invest into their health. So now you have 2 things you can offer them. Option number 1 is to demand them to make trainings on how to get customers. And yeah, you can use your parents, you can use the contacts of your parents. But this would be like my mother telling me I should take dancing classes, and I don't want to take them, but she's demanding it from me. Or option number 2, you shift their focus. Maybe they don't want to be product seller, maybe they want to build a business, want to build an income stream, want to get freedom with this business. So maybe shift the focus to scalability to build with partners. So take a sheet of paper, draw out and ask him, hey, what do you think, how much hours would you spend a week building this business? Okay, 5. Write down the number 5. Just imagine you have 2 people in your team that do the same. 10. Just imagine you have 5 people in a team that do the same. 25 hours. Just imagine you have one day 50 people doing the same. 250 hours. This means if you build up to 50 partners, in your business, 250 hours every single week will be built, which is for you. So shift the focus from selling products to building a business and give them the consciousness what's possible with that. And this is not just important for Gen Z, but I think for everyone in our room to really grasp the wonder of scalability.
Fantastic. Thank you. Mattis, your first question was about commitment and everything else, and there's a real parallel or connection to this next question I want to ask you, because when I do see you around the room, when I do see you when we're traveling and we bump it, there's an aura about you, right? There's a chest out, there's shoulders back, head held high, and that really comes down to belief. Because, if your belief isn't there, you're not going to make the commitment. So we talked about commitment, what you need to do, but where do you get your belief from? What drives you every day? When your feet hit the ground, I think for me, out of what I've seen most recently, you're Mr. Belief to me. So share, where do you get your belief from?
It's because of my own story. Because at the beginning, I wasn't believing in myself. I wasn't believing in this business. I got this stranger online. It was Michael who told me something about online business, and I was a police officer. So it was I was completely skeptical, but I would like to change something in my life. So I started to trust a person. That was Michael, and he helped me to develop, learn the skills, make the meetings. And yes, it took some weeks, or some months, better say. And
so your belief came from action first, not belief.
Of course, I had no belief at the beginning. There was no belief. And yeah, after these action steps, after these meetings, I get my first results. And after my first results, first customers, first partners, I was thinking, hey, maybe this could work for you. Maybe you can reach all these crazy ranks, diamond, everyone is talking about. And I had more energy. I was more confident. And at this case, I saw, okay, there is a little spark of believing. And because of this, I started doing more, and I learned the skills, and now I'm confident that I have the skills, but now my complete role have to change, because now I have the skills, now I can't build this up, but now it's my task to give it into the team, like Michael did it for me, because now I have team members who are not believing in themselves like I did, and I'm completely sure that everyone with Sensino, with this amazing company, can reach everything he wants to if he just believes in the people who are in this community, if he believes in his mentor, trust him. And yes, that was my part, how I start believing, and now start believing everyone of my team and everyone of this company.
But your own journey has now put you in a position where you're qualified to take your team through that journey, which is, so everyone's got to go through that journey.
Yes, of course, it's only, as you said, the action steps, because now I had my own results, so they trust me because they see my results. So I'm in the role where I can say, hey, you can do it by yourself, do it with them. And if I do it with them, they get their own results. We come back to they see the belief, and
fantastic,
everything go for it.
But good job, fantastic. Nikolai, I mean, you've been around a long time too. There you go, Carla. You got company.
Thank you.
You got company. But you talked about when you got started that it was the materialistic aspects. Then as you've journeyed through the layers, you went deeper to things that were more important to you. So share what are you doing now to really drive you and your business forward? What are you purpose-driven by? What are you purposeful about? What is your vision for you in Zinzino and your organization?
So I would say that, first of all, just being here today, online, offline, I'm honored. Being in the same company for soon 12 years, not many people can say that. And that's the security for us, you know? When I see that all the big leaders from other companies with experience 30, 40 years come to us, I'm like, okay. And I think the genius thing about Sensino that they did right is honesty. We can be honest. Who we are, what we're doing, where we're going. We're going to do mistakes and try not to do the same mistakes over again we heard before. And for me today, the biggest passion is actually building something bigger than ourselves, being part of something. I want to say 25 years from now, I was there when it was 350 million. When the headline is, they made it, what they said 25 years ago. I want to be there and be part of something bigger than myself. Because all companies out there in sales or say our profession, they talk about here you can make a part-time income, amazing, whatever, and glorify that full-time income. But very few people talk about that lifetime income. So if it's one note you're going to write today to give you confidence, Sensino is built to last. And that should gain you the confidence that you can actually do this for a lifetime if you do it for the right reason with the right people. Sensino, the train will go with or without us. Jump on the train, join the wave. Sometimes it's a roller coaster in here, doesn't matter. Just stand on the train, follow someone, and everything will sort out. And nothing is better than saying, we did it.
Let's hear it for our leaders panel. Give it up for Sasha, Carla, Matthias, and Nikolai.
What a panel. A lot of experience shared just then. 1 million customers, I think, is everyone's target now, yeah? Now, I think you'll all agree. We have got the most amazing corporate team. But Jay and I have a little confession, don't we? Next up is definitely one of our favorites.
Absolutely. Her talent, passion, leadership, and vision is unbelievable. And it gives our life easier in the field, an easier ride. She makes our tools sharper and better. Please give a huge welcome to our Chief Marketing Officer, Gabriella Helber.
To start with, let me share a little story. Some years ago, one of my best friends called me and she said, hey, I did the balance test and now I finally have the results. Can we go through it together? Sure. We went through her health markers and then suddenly she got quiet. And then she said, Gabrielle, I always thought I'm healthy, but now I finally know. And that is the very defining moment why Zinzino exists. Because we are not just selling empty promises. We are not just selling supplements. We give clarity to the people because of our tests. And the clarity will enable and empower people to make informed decisions what they want to do with their lives, which is truly in line with our vision to inspire change in life. But the people who are bringing this clarity to the world are you, our partners. And I want to make sure with my team that we provide you with the tools to make that even better, more professional, and that you succeed in any way, the best possible way. So today, I would like to talk about empowerment through tools. And they don't see them as features. You have to see them as your growth accelerators for 2026. And to start with, there's one thing which my team has worked quite some time on, to make sure that you get an upgraded brand identity, a graphical new look and feel of Zinzino. I want to make sure that you understand we are not changing our positioning, because we are very, very happy about being pioneering test-based nutrition and that our aim is to lead it globally. This is super strong, but we want to make sure that the way we show up to the world is equally reflecting that kind of ambition. In order to show you how this will look, I want to present to you our new customer website. Well, wait, this is not everything. Let's make me check. Now, today we will release, finally, a virtual kind of banner, top banner, explaining this in a very good, distinct way. So to make sure that we are having an emotional storytelling, what test-based nutrition is all about, with help of our balance concept. But that's not everything. Now this is very, very small, but we have also changed our core color, the purple. It goes from a more bright and loud color to a more sophisticated premium purple, which fits much better to a Scandinavian brand than the old one. And we are here to last, as somebody said here before me, which is important because we are building a brand which will last. And that is a very, very good Scandinavian brand. We are all about clean, scientific, premium, and of course, professionalism in what we're doing. What is also different is that is now very, very subtle, but we have upgraded also the font we're using on our digital channels to be not only more modern, but also more accessible, because we actually received a new European law last summer. It's called the Accessibility Act, which means we as companies are required to make sure that whatever is on our website is accessible for people who have different needs. Readability is one of them. So we're not just more beautiful, we are also more accessible. Now, why do I tell you all of that? Why does it matter to you if we have an upgraded graphical identity? It does matter because we are shaping the foundation your business is built on. And we want to make sure that we create impact with our brand. And when we create impact in a consistent way across all our touch points, so that means the channels will have the same look and feel, we are talking the same visual language, we can put it like that, then we are creating more impact and brand recognition. And when you do that in a good way, then you do something else. Brand recognition is leading to brand trust. And guys and girls, trust means better conversion for your customers and future partners, because they simply believe in Zinzino and you. Isn't that what you want? All right. Okay. One more thing. It's not just only about how we look. It's also important to understand how do we communicate our core offer. So, now I'm testing you. What is our core offer at Zinzino? Yes, thank you. Gudrun, 10 points. Excellent. The balance concept. This is our core offer, and since I had my wonderful colleague Dr. Colin here before, I don't need to give you a lecture on the balance concept, but what I want to present to you is a sneak preview of our new way of presenting the balance concept as video, a sales pitch you can share with your prospect. So check it out.
Most supplements start with a promise. Zinzino starts with a test. Omega-6s and omega-3s are essential fats we need from food to support normal heart, brain, and immune function. But they work best in balance. Getting enough omega-3 from our diet is harder than we think, and most supplements have no proven effect. Global studies show that roughly 6 billion of us aren't hitting recommended levels. This can leave us short on the key omega-3s we need to go directly to our cells to nourish and support our whole body. So where do you stand? Zinzino's balance test is an easy at-home fatty acid test you do in minutes, independently analyzed, securely coded, giving you a personal starting point. Then you act on your results with BalanceOil, a full-spectrum omega supplement with a unique grade of omega-3s that are easily absorbed by your body. Blended with naturally powerful antioxidants to keep the nutrients fresh and potent. 120 days later, you test again. No empty promises, just scientific measurable proof that you're in balance. Because better health is personal, not a guessing game. And the only promises that matter are the ones we make to ourselves. Test. Don't guess. From the pioneers of test-based, personalized nutrition, Zinzino. Inspire change in life.
Thank you. Should I give you a fun fact? The wonderful, talented ice skater, her name is Molly, and she works in my team. So what do you say? Our models. All right. So as you can see, and since Colin did all the talk before, we are having a clear story how we are telling our prospects about the importance of using a potent, full-spectrum omega-3 product, and the test, obviously, to make sure that you are staying healthy. And in order to make that selling easier for you, we not only will offer you this video, we also have upgraded our concept pages. As you know, they are available in the back office, and here is the new one for the balance concept, as I said. But also the other pages, like the balance test and the omega supplement page, will be updated, and they have the same look and feel from the video, so there is a consistency going on through all the communication material for your prospects. All right, so now we talked about that, but then I know that I have some friends in the DACH region. So it had nothing to be with that I'm German, actually. It's just because they are bombarding me and my team since a long time that they want to have non-digital material. I know, I'm in the world where we want to do everything digital, but we still have friends who want non-digital material. And for you, we are also offering now this Balance Concept Flyer. Yes, and it's downloadable in the marketing portal, and we will offer it in multiple languages by the end of this month. So this is coming your way. So now we talked about the importance of a great-looking brand. We talked about how we are ramping up our balance concept, the core offer. But there's a third element which I would like to talk with you about and give you some updates on. And that is your most important partner to the back office. Yes. Actually, this is not just me or anything like that, absolutely not. I want to say a big thank you has to go to my colleague Daniel, our CTO, and his team, because he's every month or every sprint releasing new upgrades and updates for you in the back office that you make these tools much cooler, simpler, more understandable. So give him a hand and his team. But what I'm happy about is to tell you about some nice upgrades on Zinzino Play, our video platform, because finally we could make it happen that when you select a language, here in this example it will be German, if there's a voiceover, the video will pop out in German when you are pressing or selecting the language. We're testing this out now, and if there is no voiceover, and if there is a subtitle, then the subtitle will appear. So here we will get a demonstration going on in the background. And when you share it, it will be shared in this language selection. Yes, I know it was a bit of a hassle. Okay.
Sind Sie auf dem richtigen Weg?
Okay. This is not necessary to give you more of that, but just to give you an understanding that we want to make sure that you have a better user experience and, of course, your customers or prospects, because you don't need to do any kind of gear selection anymore. So that's a good upgrade. We are working on more upgrades on this platform, but what I can say is good is that we are offering it in multiple languages, and we will also add Japanese and Korean to this platform. And now, since we're already talking about new videos, I also want to take this opportunity to highlight new great videos for you. The first one is that we have made an upgrade with new back office introduction videos. They are available now already in the Zinzino Play area business. It's all about welcome to the back office, explaining how everything works in the beginning, how to set up your account, how you do the auto orders, how to change auto orders, how to enroll customers, partners, and a lot more. This is available in English, and this week we will also launch it in German, French, and Spanish. Yeah! And then we will also launch it in more languages by the end of the month. Yes, that's good to hear. We love Christmas. And then there's one more thing. We also listened to your needs, and there was somebody or some people of you who wanted a customer Ensino for free infographic video. So this is also new, and it explains you step by step how you do everything as a customer to get your products for free. And finally, I will talk about this one, Marketing Portal. I have to say right from the beginning, this is not the end station. This is just a facelift, let's put it like that, of an old platform which we have had since, I guess, 2018. But what we did is now we made sure that it's coming into the back office partner tools area so that you more easier can find it than it was hidden way back in the file library. And here you see how it looks. You can select different kind of materials, which is downloadable, and you can print it at a printer of your choice. We have it available in multiple languages, and also to know that flyers and postcards and something like that is all editable, so you can add in your contact information, QR codes, and share and print it out wherever you like. So. All right, and now, just to end this, of course, I want to make sure that so the tools itself will not move markets. Leaders, when you as leaders are using the tools, that will grow the markets. So I expect from everybody here in this room that when you come home, that you train your teams, tell them about these new tools and videos, and make use of them. Because when you do that, we are scaling Ensino in the way and make sure that we keep that within a consistent way to create a bigger impact on the brand. And when we do that, we of course create a strong brand together, which we definitely want, right? So with that, I want to thank you and enjoy the rest of the week.
Well, I think you all understand now why she's one of our favorites.
Guys, just to re-clarify some information. So, Jacob and Colin's sessions will both be at 7:30 in the morning. Jacob's hit session will be tomorrow in the Sunset Lounge area where we all gathered for drinks. And Dr. Cole's run will start in the main pool, 7:30 on Wednesday. Happy? Excellent. Now for some birthdays. We have some birthdays in the room, or if they're not here, we're going to sing happy birthday anyway and celebrate. So if you are in the room, please come to the stage. We're going to start with Nikolai Rudd, Anakin Boyle, Oliver Shivins, Liliana Nunez, Arta Nordmain, and Peter Caban. Happy birthday, guys.
Now, are we all ready for the final speaker?
Well, we better be. So when I think of this guy, two words spring to mind: heart and ambition. Everybody, he seems to give everyone the same love, which is just unbelievable. And when he invited me into his home 6 years ago, I felt the love. He then shared with me his 500-year business plan. So I actually use this most days and mention his name, which he probably doesn't know, because his ambition is just off the scale. And we are so lucky and privileged to be a part of that ambition. Please be upstanding for your 7-star global president, Orion Salah.
I remember back in 1998, I was at the conference, and I was sitting in one of the front rows, and I was there because I needed a transformation. I was there because I wanted to turn my life around. I wanted to go from where I was, and I wanted to be able to make the kind of money where your life is really different. Remember one of the opening speakers, he was making kind of like this calling on if you wanted a transformation. He said, jump onto your chair and say it like you mean it. And I remember standing in the middle of the room, being the only one on the chair. That was maybe back when I was Gen Z or young, is what they call them. Somebody have some humor with me. I had financial goals, and I wanted to break free, and I wanted to make $100,000 a month. Then I remember a few years later, maybe 5, maybe 10, don't know exactly when, going to mastermind events and watching people on stage just doing incredibly well, and watching the rock stars of our profession getting the standing ovation from everyone in the crowd in the middle of their talk. I was like, how is that possible? I'm trying to getting an applaud at the end, and they have people standing, shooting, screaming in the middle. I wanted to be, I craved significance. I needed a transformation. I needed to be able to become the one that was able to move the crowd, become recognized. Then Hilde mentioned it earlier today. Wasn't Hilde great? No, I got an applaud. That's good. And I was on a cruise, and I saw people that was where we had been. So people being at that 100K, which we hit in our mid-20s. And then we had dropped back down, and I wanted to get back up to that level. And it birthed a burning desire inside of me where I said, I'll do what's necessary. Well, actually, the truth to the story is, Nikolai mentioned that the truth is always good enough, otherwise you've anyways got nothing. But the truth was that I said to Hilda, well, we're doing just fine. And then I got the look. And she said, no, we want to go beyond where we have been. And I needed to have that burning desire inside of me that wouldn't have me stop with just being okay. I needed a transformation. I needed a comeback. I needed to become the one who I was supposed to be. So in a room here today, is there anyone that needs a transformation? I was asking, is there anyone that really needs a transformation? Is there any one of you that is ready to fight this week to get to where you need to be so that you can go where you've never been before? Because that's what I feel is in the room today, is that we need to break through. Some of you have been there and you lost it, and some of you have never dared to go there because you're holding yourself back. You're not going full out. It's not specifically for you, but it is also for you. And you got to make a comeback, Kim. That nearly even rhymes, you see, that's good. But there is many of us that needs that breakthrough. We need to be set free. We need to be able to do what we're supposed to do. You're not where you're supposed to be. You're much better than that. Inside of you, there is seeds of greatness. There is things that is shouting. You know, to really get success is about feeling that itch inside of you, which says that I'm not happy. I don't like my situation. I don't like where I am. I don't like the discomfort. I don't like to be just like everyone else. And then that itch says that I'm not going to settle here. I'm going to move on. I'm going to move up. I'm going to move beyond. I'm going to cast a vision. I'm going to be so clear in my direction that nothing stops me. And then that vision that you get is going to put you on fire in a way which you've never been before. So if you mean that, then stand up, shout, scream, be loud. I've been looking for the answer for a lot of years, and there is a lot of different answers, and all of a sudden it got to me that what really makes the difference is that you've got where you have been, and then eventually you're getting some success, and success maybe is a little bit up and down. It's never a straight line, but for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to just draw it as a straight line here in the end. And you've got this place where we could call it status quo. We could call it today. We could call it where I am today. And then you've got the other thing, which is something that is lingering inside of you, and it is called a vision. You've got the idea of where you could go. So you've got the vision. Then you've got the status quo today. And then we've got where we come from. So this is like where you used to be. Now, hunger is what is going to take you to the level you desire. If you don't have hunger, and hunger is a burning desire, is something that keeps you up, keeps you energized, keeps you going, keeps you doing things that you didn't know that you were able to do when you need it the most. And that hunger, we could write that on line here, so you have hunger. And hunger is up against the other part, which is comfort. Because some of us gets comfortable. How many in here has been at one time? How many have been in a position where you were comfortable? And it's easy, and I actually see this. I see it all the time. We have an ECBX month, and you rank advance. And then something happens. What happened? Well, what happened was that we moved up towards our vision. So we're getting closer to where we want to go. So this gap between where you want to go and where you are gets a little bit. And when that gets diminished, we get comfortable. Now, I've seen some other things also, and that is that sometimes we're down here in the dip, and that's when we get the discomfort. So now you're all of a sudden uncomfortable again, and now you get hungry again. You want to change your situation again. But too many people are now living between those lines right here. So you have discomfort, you get vision, and you want to go here again. And March is a month where we have ECBX, and you don't want to be below director, or you don't want to be below diamond, or you don't want to be below crown, and you get hungry, so you race up here like crazy, but then you get to somewhere very close to your vision, and then you slide back down. And then we live our life between being satisfied and dissatisfied. And what happened to me at one point was that I realized that the gap, the distance of this gap is what makes the difference. So whenever I close the gap, I'm going to be comfortable. But if I keep on increasing the gap, then I'm going to keep on being hungry. And that was one of the things that I realized, that true leaders, that changes everything, what they do is that they increase the gap all the time on them so that they keep their hunger. They never run out of fuel. Steve Jobs, he said, stay hungry, stay. You all know it. It's a quote from a speech that he did to a graduation class many, many years ago. Stay hungry, stay foolish. What does that mean? Well, it means that if you want to change the world, if you want to change the status quo, if you want to be one of those crazy people that think that the world should be back in balance. I hope so. That's why we are here. We want to bring the world back. And by the way, the positioning that we have today with our product lines, what we're doing, what we have in our pipeline is absolutely unbelievable. We'll truly be able to impact health enormously in the future. We are already doing it. But what's going to happen is that it's going to go 10x from here. But we got to be those crazy people that just believe that things can be different. That when we have issues, we could prevent them. That we believe that we could be that company that does things that no other company did before. And that's what makes us so crazy, is that we actually believe that we can go and do that. I said, actually, is there any young people here in the room? Could I have a couple of young people on stage and then Nikolai? So I need a couple of young people and Nikolai on stage. He had a birthday yesterday. How old did he become actually? I don't know. He's like no in his okay. So Hilde is coming on stage. So she's coming on stage as a young person. Do we have any young people here, or are you just like okay? So we've got one young person. Okay, and then we need Nikolai. Why is Nikolai up here already? Are you too old to run now, Nikolai? Because Hilde did talk about Sarah. No, come on, Nikolai. That's why I wanted you up here. Hilde talked about Sarah, and Sarah, she will do a handstand wherever she is because she is 7 and she just wants to master it. So, is there any one of you that can do a handstand? Okay. Let me see. Like he is respecting you for your age. You might want to take off your jacket. Okay, I can hold your jacket here. Brilliant.
A few seconds.
Okay, come on. Let me see. Oh, look at that. Wow. He could actually do it. Fantastic. Congratulations. And what about you? What about you? Can you do it? Okay, let me see. Okay, pretty good. Good try, yeah? Oh, wow. Wow. That was better than expected from all three of you. Very good. Very good. Very good. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's coming in the end. I'm walking on my hands off the stage in the end, so no worries about that. Give them a big applaud. You guys can exit stage. You look so young up here, so don't ruin my show. But hunger is about being foolish. And you might not get it at first, but whatever is holding you back is areas where you don't want to be foolish. You don't want to be the crazy one. You don't want to be the one that sticks out. You don't want to be the one that does the things that no one else in your community is doing, and it's holding you back. Even though you joined a profession that is absolutely crazy to join. But here is the crazy thing about that. What about the rest? What did they join? So comfort is just what people classify as okay. If we were a gymnastic team in here, none of us would react anything to on stage showing how we do a handstand. I mean, that would be like a very low-level warm-up exercise. But as soon as we want to break free from there we are, and go and do something that other people around us isn't doing, it feels that we're foolish. It feels that we're unnormal. It feels strange. And that's what Steve Jobs recognized, because what he was trying to do was completely crazy. It was like he was trying to convince people that the world would change so much that you would go from using a pen and a paper to a computer. That you would go from a computer to a phone and do much of your work here. And then he talked about some things that people didn't know about, the internet, where everything would change. And he even talked about talking to the devices. And when people looked at him, he looked like he was kind of like an alien. So he felt foolish in telling how the world would become. And when you tell yourself how your world will become, you meet that same foolishness, and that's the very thing that you need to break through. Because change which is the only way you're going to get there, starts with failure. And when you fail, you feel it. It feels uncomfortable. You feel discomfort, and you feel like I'm missing the mark, and you question everything about yourself, and then eventually at that point, you either build your hunger so strong, you have a burning desire so deep that you're willing to do whatever it takes. If you have to stay up through the night to close out the next contract to get the mini cab, you do it. If you have to stay up through the night to help your new partner get their 4 customers, you do it. You have to stay up through the night to get the notes together so that you can do the Zoom in the morning, and you do it. And that's the part of it that when you're willing to do that, people recognize something inside of you, and that's the draw that comes from being hungry. Finding hunger starts with an honest self-reflection. I want you to take notes and maybe spend some time on it tonight. I don't want you to wait, unless you already know the answer, is that what frustrates me with the status quo? What is it that I hate? Or what is it that I dislike? What is it that I want to overcome? What is it with my personality? What is it with my income? What is it with what I'm doing that I want to change? So what frustrates you with your status quo? Then the second question is, what do I want? What do I really crave in my life? And I'm talking now about material things. What do you want? What do you want different? And sorry, Nikolai, this show becomes all about you. He gets those phone calls from me once in a while, and then he gets it live on stage. I don't know which one he dislikes the most, but there is a solution. Just get up there, take more stage time, Nikolai, and then I won't be on here. What do I want? And he said that, well, and there is a lot of truth to it. He's not as much driven, but he didn't say that. Did you hear that? He said, material things doesn't drive me anymore. Well, I don't like that. I think that, I mean, look at him. He looks like $1 billion. He should have a driver and like a Rolls Royce and be the youngest guy in Norway that sits in the back seats everywhere he goes. Wouldn't that would suit him well, wouldn't it? Anybody can see Nikolai there, and maybe even gets a cane just because he wants to do a drill show when he gets out. I have no idea. That's not my desire, by the way. But you know, what do you want financially? You flew over here, and there is a lot of people watching this online, and thank you for being here online. We value you. We are sad that you couldn't make it here. But I want also there to be a deep-seated frustration in that you couldn't make it here. Because most likely, for at least a big part of you, it was a gap between the price that you had to pay and the financials that you had in your account that stops you from being here. And then there is some people in this audience that had to rebook and had to do crazy things to get here, which said, I'm going to be here no matter what. But then when you got on that plane, you weren't even in business class. I mean, what would be more crazy than to get on a plane for like 20 plus hours in the middle of the night and not laying flat? I think I'm touching a nerve here. It's like, all of you look at me like, there is that section? And I remember very vividly, I did 54 flights return to United States of America, Norway, some of them to Hawaii, about 13 of them or 12 of them to Hawaii in coach. And I remember when we were just getting ahead, and we had just enough money to buy business class, but my budget didn't allow it. So I remember Hildewood on the way to the airport asked, so where are we flying? And I'm saying we're using points to upgrade. Which means that we were on the prayer plan to get an upgrade. And then each time we didn't get an upgrade, which was like 60 to 70% of the time, we were walking down to that plane, and Hilda's look and the way she walked was so uncomfortable. Because as soon as you taste it, it becomes very uncomfortable. Now, is flying business class something very important? No, it's not. It's a luxury item. But I want you to ask, why not have a goal so big that that's included in your budget? Because it's one of the last items. For me, flying business class was not a high priority. That's why I went round trips. I could talk to you about all the places I traveled in coach. And I did 360 flights a year in my 20s. Not maybe every year, just 8 out of the 10 years in my 20s. I was between 300 and 400 flights, and they were all in coach. I remember one time I don't know which time it was many times, but I remember contemplating it. I had found a 3-seater somewhere, and I was laying across the 3-seater. Have anybody tried that? And there is those belt buckles coming up. So just so you know that I've done that, and I'm laying there and I have a pillow and I have a blanket over me, and I'm sleeping there. I'm saying, I'm making $1 million a year. Why am I doing this to myself? Because it was so low on my list. But why not go so high that it's completely included in your budget? That's why I picked it as an example, because there is so much more out there. Is there anybody in the room, and if you're in the room, that needs to level up, meaning ranking up? I want you to stand up and shout and scream. So that's most of you. Most of you know that you need to rank up. And going out of this week, none of you are going to hesitate. You are going to go full out, and you're going to dare to be the crazy one that doesn't care if you look foolish. You care if you rank up. Bring it on! What's a ton more important than the financial things is who you become. Because who you become becomes the impact of your team. And who they become becomes the impact of the people you don't know. And who they become becomes the impact on the trip where you have 600 people in the room when 200 couldn't make it. Emotional fuel turns ambition into an urgent, burning desire. If you don't have urgency, you're not hungry yet. If it can wait, you're not hungry yet. You might have a little bit of hunger, you might have a spark, you might have a tiny little glow, you might have a match, you might have something that is about to make you hungry, but urgency appears the minute you're hungry. There is no waiting time anymore. It becomes absolute at the highest importance. So let's look at the MacBook again. Anybody want the MacBook Pro? It's a kind of a cool item, isn't it? I think it's the most expensive computer that you get out there for most of the time. Is that about correct? Because it looks good on the outside, looks good on the inside, it works all the time, and it's like a really cool thing. And people often are attracted to the outside, the external that Hilde talked about. But what really makes the MacBook Pro? It's the inside. You agree? So we've got, just to simplify Hilda's little, do you remember her little one? She said it was the external and then the internal. Do you remember that? So it's the outside and the inside. What's inside of the MacBook that makes it unique? Or the MacBook Pro, it's the spec. What kind of cards do you have inside of here? What kind of processor? Which kind of chips is in it? And you've got all of those different things that makes it a MacBook. And then it has one more thing. It has software. So that's your programming. So it's the seeds, it's your capability, it's your education, it's your knowledge, and then it's your programming, your software. But what really matters when I have a MacBook? I could use this as a typewriter. It's called Word. So what really matters when I have a MacBook? Is the user's what? Imagination. The MacBook, without the user imagination, becomes like any other typewriter in the world. There is no difference. So even though it's cool on the outside, you suit it up, that makes people more likely to like you, especially if you suit up correctly compared to the environment you're walking into. Just a little bit above so that you stick out. And then you're inside, the conversations that you can have with people is really incredible, it's important, it's your programming, your knowledge, that you know the product, that you know the comp plan, you know the different things. It's incredibly important. But what makes the difference is the creative imagination of where you could take your team. That's why dreaming is essential. We call it a vital behavior. So leaders are dreamers. That's their behavior. That's the most vital thing a person that is leading is doing, because unless you're dreaming, meaning that you see a better future, you see something leveled up from where you are. That dream power is what makes the MacBook work. Are you catching it? And that's what makes you work as a leader of your team, is when you dream, when you say, I'm going to go beyond. Sometimes you dare to tell them right away. Later on, you tell them later on. But you're dreaming because you know the potential in the team. You know that 1 million customers is just the beginning. You know that you're going to go all the way, and it's going to be an impact that will be remembered for decades to come. You know that there is a destination far beyond where you live today. I'm going to go so much over time today, I see. I hope you don't have a reservation that is too urgent and just go, and it's not that important anyways. It's just your life. But that's why we spend time on visualizing. We spend time on dreaming. We spend time on making it so that the gap is big enough for you never to have a day without hunger. We spend time on that. That's what leaders do. And then number 2, leaders are doers. We do things. We take action. We implement things. There isn't a day where we don't do something. And doesn't mean that we can't have a vacation where you take a vacation. Then you do something, you have vacation, and you're not answering the phone. That's your doing on the vacation. Just make it clear. Still do something. And on the vacation, actually, I think dog hates my vacations. Because as soon as I get 2 or 3 days, then I'm like dreaming and I don't call him, I just text him all of the new things. And Hilda's happy that I'm texting him, so I'm not talking to her constantly about all the things, because she sometimes feels that she has to execute on my dreams immediately. Because she's a doer, she's a dreamer, she's a doer, and then we're educator, we pass it forward. We tell other people how to do and how to dream so that they can be a leader on our journey. Here is how we recognize hunger. Because you want to work with the hungriest people in your team. And I always search for who is really, truly there, who really wants to change their life, who wants the last item on the list to be covered by the next trip. That's the hungriest one. It's the one that is here that I'm like, next trip, well, it's going to Tenerife, so there is no business class from Norway, so I'm going to be in coach. But you get what I mean, the next big trip that you're going on. You want, so a person that is hungry has a constant urge to learn about the product. They're like, they want to know. They want to know everything. And it's not that they want to know everything because they're going to tell everything, but because they want to be confident. Because when we have knowledge, we become confident. You see, Colin, he has the knowledge and he is confident. So that's a part of craving the information. They crave the information about the compensation plan. They want to know the vision of the company. They are looking into meeting Doug and they want to interview Doug to find out, can he be there? Can I trust him if I go for my dream? They want to meet the founders, they want to meet the company. They build systems, they invest their time, and people that are truly hungry, they're willing to invest everything that they've got. The minute you hold back on investing into your business, and I'm not talking about, so investing is not stupidity. Yes, there is going to be food in the fridge. Yes, there is going to be enough to pay your bills, your electric bill, your phone bills, whatever it is. But anything else is less important, because you know that if I get where I'm supposed to be, then it's going to be so amazing. Then it's going to be just awesome. Then everything is just going to be just right. And you're just fully on fire to go there. And you don't hold back. Maybe you become a shareholder in the company. That have been good for some people. No, you absolutely want to. You want to invest. You want to be an owner of the company because you believe in what's going on. And when you're believing in what's going on, you're not holding back. You have wisdom. I'm not talking about being reckless. That's not, an investor is never reckless. They 100% expect a larger return than what they put in. But in a minute, people don't want to invest in going to a city. People don't want to invest their time. I know that they're not hungry now, so I leave them and I come back later. Hunger and purpose, things and money can also become destructive. So it's not just about material things. Some people go down and they go into that trap. It's not about greed that will just lead to burnout. So when I talk about this, it's very important to understand that there is a balance between the two. Meaningful goals is about personal growth, is who you become. It's about your professional growth, that you become better at the job that you have, that you become better as a parent, that you become better as a kid. I mean, the day I discovered that I could become a better kid for my parents was beautiful. My parents became so much better for me. I realized that they weren't always the problem. I was the problem a lot of the time. And then you want to help others become healthy and wealthy, and then you want to master skills. You want to completely fall in love with the products, because that is the business that we're building, is that we're getting tens of thousands in each country. Then we're getting hundreds of thousands in each country. Then one day, not so long from now, we'll have the first country with 1 million people tested. Then we get tens of millions of people tested in some countries. That's hard in Norway, I admit that. And then we go to hundreds of millions of people tested around the world. Hunger creates urgency and resilience. Obstacles, what's between you and where you want to go, becomes temporary. You feed the dream, you don't starve the dream. Tomorrow, we'll talk about the daily actions. We'll talk more about the details of how we break things into the smallest possible step. I 100% believe that everyone in this room, chairs, can become a president. And hold back. Here is why I believe it. And that is because president is for royal crowns. And I believe that everyone in this room can be a royal crown. Do you agree on that? Yes. Can you become a royal crown? Yes. Shout like you mean it. Yes. But royal crown is only for directors. Is it possible to become director? Yes. Absolutely. Most of you already done it. But for directors is only, a director is only 4 platinums. How difficult is it for you to stay on the platinum level? Hopefully not difficult at all, but a platinum is just 4 golds. And that's pretty simple. Most of you have passed gold by now in the month. But a gold is just 4 bronze. And bronze, most of you do on the first day. And because I know that you can build a bronze this week. You know, every single one of you in this room, if you got the task, build a bronze, how many can do it? And then if you got the task, you've got 2 months, 2 months only, 2 months to build 4 bronzes. Can you do that? I can't hear you. Of course you can do that. You can build 4 bronzes. Now, if you believe enough, and that's why you have to imagine, that's why you have to dream, that's why you have to upgrade how you think, because you got to believe enough in the 4 bronzes that they can do what you do. If they can do what you do, what can they do? Within 2 months, they can create 4 bronzes. Come on, somebody, are you getting this? Within 2 months, they can become 4 bronzes. Now, if they then become gold and you have 4 golds, what does it take for them to go platinum? Yes, 4 golds. And you're now already mastering that. And what does it take? Because you're already platinum. So all you need to do is to imagine a day where you have 4 platinums in your organization. And then you're a director, but you're a director with 4 lines going. 4 lines chasing each other's. And as a director, then you make more than 10 grand a month. Did you know that? When you have 4 lines with platinums, you make. And then what do you need to do? You got to imagine, you got to dream that they become director and you're a royal crown with 4 lines. Woo, that's 20,000 a month. At least 17,000, 18,000 euros, over $20,000. And then you got to imagine what? That they can become. And what are you then? It's just one person. Then you're president with 4 lines chasing each other's, and you're out there and you are done with everything that is going on financially in your life today, and you live at a whole nother level. You've gone to the place. Now, can you build 4 presidents? Of course you can. You just got to keep on dreaming. You just got to keep on feeding the dream, because you don't want to starve it. You're going to go to every source of inspiration that you have, and you got to feed that dream, and then you got to track your progress. Hunger makes the vision so strong that it becomes gravity. That's what hunger does. When you focus up here and you dream and you use your creative imagination, you will improve on the external, you'll improve on the internal, and you go back here and you talk about the vision, you spend time with it. The hunger becomes so strong here that one day your vision becomes gravity. What happens if I hold the pen and let go of it? It's going to fall to the floor. If I do it 1,000 times, what's going to happen each time? Is there anybody doubting that it will go to the floor? And when your vision, when your hunger for transformation becomes so strong that you're willing to go for that vision, that you're willing to go for those dreams, that you're willing to stay hungry, that you're willing to be foolish, whatever it takes, when you keep on doing that and you repeat it again and again and again and again, your vision becomes the gravity in your life, and you will have your victory. Thank you.
Amazing. What an end to the show today. Thank you, Urian. That
Sorry.
certainly drives ambition.
Before we finish, guys, just to everyone who's watching online, we're sending all our love from the room back to you. And before we have a lovely evening tonight, and we see you all tomorrow at 7:30, can you please join me in giving my stage partner a huge round of applause? Have a lovely evening, guys. See you in the morning.